No one wants to
What, muffin,
fight
Mama?
for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand.
You want rice and egg or rice and sausage or something?
For Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand.
Where is
No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand.
Or do you want muffin?
No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel.
What's up, MP?
His hand. Oh,
Making breakfast.
his hand.
You can hear the crack.
No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one
You're on the first. You are the first.
for
Were you waiting for me?
His hand. Oh, his hand.
This is our background music.
No one wants to fight.
It's not even 7 a.m. It's 6:45.
Oh,
I'm making
wants to fight for Israel.
That sound reasonable, but they are not making any real effort, and nothing is moving forward.
Wants to fight.
okay.
Solutions to American blood. Talking about say things that sound reasonable,
Yes.
they are not making any real effort to improve the situation, and nothing is progressing.
All right. We'll get on it today. Okay.
Monkey and data sound convincing, but in reality, they are not doing anything to improve things. They are not moving forward at all.
Okay.
もしよければ、かなり怒っているニュアンスや、
My wife is
ニュアンスの英語も作れます。
my wife is using AI to communicate with me. I think it's really good. AI to communicate, Mama. It's really good. All right. I'm gonna take him today. Okay. I'm gonna wake him up. 9 a.m. We're waking up. He's got to start getting up early. His holidays are over.
No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand.
Dude, that guy is gonna make millions. You know that guy's gonna make millions, Morts, right? That guy is a millionaire, dude. That vet is a millionaire. You think of how many people, how many like attorneys are lining up to take his case? Can you imagine how many phone calls he is getting right now from attorneys all over. He will have his pick of the best attorneys in America, and they're going to sue that congressman, the police officers, the city, the state, everyone. They're all going to get fucking sued, dude. It's the easiest lawsuit.
Optimistic about life.
はい、わかった。
You're taking life too lightly. 人生を軽く You're overly optimistic about your future. 将来を楽観視しすぎていて Too optimistic about how life will work out.
No, I'm not. I'm not optimistic at all, Mama. I think there's where gas is about to go out of the roof.
厳しい言い方や親としてお留守ニュアンスの英語も作れます
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not optimistic at all. We're in World War III. Gas prices are going to hit 300, 400 yen.
Tommy's life.
Tommy has figured it out. He's going to be all right. They didn't crush his, no, they ripped his arm. So basically, he was holding onto the door, okay? His hand got trapped behind the door, okay? So it was trapped because the door is one of those doors, those big doors, those huge oak doors, you know, government doors that kind of lock. And it has, when you press it, it locks, right? So when they were grabbing him, right? Let me turn this down a little bit. When they grabbed him, they pushed the door, it locked, trapping his hand. So they can't unlock it because his hand is like, it's like, you know, like you crush it and it locks, right? So the hand is pushing against the lock. So his hand was stuck. And then they're ripping him on the door. You guys want to see the video? You want to see the video? Yeah. No, he's anti. He was there protesting. No, but he's the guy saying nobody wants to fight for Israel. Nobody wants to die for Israel. You know, what right now Trump is asking Americans to die for Israel. You know, there's no reason to go. I mean, this is Netanyahu's fucking dream. Trump is they've got pedophiles on Trump. Right? Trump is doing what Netanyahu wants him to do, right? He's just a compromise. Trump is just Putin's and Bibi's bitch. That's all he is. Bibi's bitch. I don't know. I'm making breakfast right now. It's a sunny day today. Oh, you are? Yeah. Tomorrow's not rainy day. It wasn't that huge. For your golf? For your birthday? For your birthday.
Tomorrow's my birthday.
Uh-huh.
That's why.
Tomorrow's my wife's birthday.
Really crap.
Yeah.
That's why.
Bad Yeah, she changed the rave for her birthday. How fast, dude. What's up? Good morning. Yeah, that Marine right there is going to make millions of dollars. But see, you can make money protesting. He's going to be on CNN. That guy's going to be on CNN. He's going to make the rounds. He'll probably write a book now. Right? His hand. Sneeze on me. Go ahead, sneeze on me. My wife's birthday tomorrow. Brothers in arms, dude. Everyone is sharing that video, dude. That's such a powerful video. Nobody. He's there holding on, right? He's holding on, and his elbow just goes snap, right? It just goes dislocates. Nobody wants to fight for Israel except for Captain. Captain wants to fight for Israel, right, Captain? Did he sign up? It didn't cost him his hand. That's his elbow. He's made millions. He can get a new fucking elbow, dude. It's just dislocated. It's just a dislocated elbow. That's not, it's not over. He didn't lose his hand. Captain's laughing. Captain doesn't want to. Are you signed up, Captain? Are you signed up to fight your holy war?
What's the fight?
Captain, did you sign up for your holy war yet? Did Puppy Killer get the boot? Yeah. The only person allowed to fuck people on the job is Trump. You know that, right? She's fucking that guy. Oh, that Tory guy. You know someone's in the White House going, oh, she's fucking that guy. Oh, she's fucking that guy. My wife hates it when I do my MAGA voice. She hates my MAGA voice. You don't like my MAGA voice, do you? You fucking that guy. She doesn't like my MAGA voice. She knew the terms and conditions when he signed up. Who are you talking about? Salty. Who are you talking about, Salty? Get your ass down there. What are you doing in this chat? What are you doing in this chat, dude? Go fucking sign up. Hey, someone help Captain out of here so you can go sign up.
What's the fight?
He's procrastinating. Here you go, mama. Here's your rice, your egg. Huh? Coming. Right here, look. There's your coffee. Here's your rye. Look. Look at that. Breakfast served, mama. Breakfast served. You know that guy. You like the jug? What joke, Mike? What joke do I like? What joke
What's
you
the
saying
fight
I
for Israel?
make? No, dude, that guy's gonna be rich. That guy's gonna be rich. Look, that guy's making millions
What's the
just for
fight
saying we don't want to
for
fight. He's gonna
Israel?
be rich. So many attorneys gonna sign him up. We're gonna take some of that DHS money.
What's the
We're
fight?
gonna take it. Antifa. That's Antifa right there. You hear him? That's what Antifa sounds like. Yeah, there's no aggression. Where's the aggression? What? 2 kids died in the consequence of some assholes killing two kids. Israel, the state, is
Let's
going
go
to kill
fight
50,000
for
women and
Israel!
children. You know,
Hand in hand!
probably more. I don't mind. They can insult me all they want. They're just projecting. Darren, they're just projecting. They're just projecting. So look, you go open this here. So how do you get, all right, so you have a tomato, how to grow tomato, right? So this is a nice sized tomato. Get it and just squeeze. Squeeze your tomato. All right,
Let's go!
pop up and squeeze it. So now you got a thing full of seeds. Now you're gonna take your old and you're gonna pour the seeds into a container with other. So these are all of my tomato seeds for this year. Let them sit. This has become acidic, right? This has become acidic, and it's going to break down the slippery coating on a tomato seed. And when it breaks down that slippery coating, when you put it in the ground, it'll grow. So I literally have, 1,000 tomato plants. Here, I'm making muffins for the kids. Come here. There's your stuff right here. Why you come here for? Don't you sit there and eat? You want tomato? You want tomato salad or anything? I love that. Nobody wants to die for Israel. All right, let's get some music on. Let's get some music going here. We're live. No one's on, but Should I turn it down? Can you guys hear me when I talk? Or is the music too loud? Hey, I just put one up for you. They're on my store. They're on my store. Undao-do. Bitcoin, blockchain, AI. Undao-do. Huh? Snow?
Now it's fear and division, greed and power unchained, a cold and red hat screaming, lock her up again. But we see through the lies, we remember the cost. America's bleeding, we won't let it be lost. Fake fuck Christians,
Japanese ham. Everything is little packs in Japan.
Motherfucking Orange Messiah! Dollar sign ties and a predator smile. Rapist in chief with the Epstein file. They prey on their knees, then they prey on the weak. It's the same old grift.
Trying to do one hand is hard. Actually, I hadn't finished. You get tomato on it too.
Tres perversiones filtradas, dos guiños a este y un voto ciego por escoria en un árbol lleno de odio. El cuarto día de Navidad, tu fake fuck Christian, pedólogo Ignacio me diste. Cuatro brazos a traidores, tres perversiones filtradas, dos guiños a este y un voto ciego por escoria en un árbol lleno de odio. El quinto día de Navidad,
How you want one of these, Mama?
Christian, pedólogo Ignacio me diste.
How you want one of these?
Que arrancan niños, carajo. Cuatro abrazos a traidores, tres perversiones filtradas, dos guiños a este y un voto ciego por escoria en un árbol lleno de odio. El sexto día de Navidad, tu fake fuck Christian, pedólogo Ignacio me diste. Seis redadas de ice, hueputas, cinco jaulas que arrancan niños, carajo. Cuatro abrazos a traidores, tres perversiones filtradas, dos guiños a este y un voto ciego por escoria en un árbol lleno de odio. El séptimo día de Navidad, tu fake fuck Christian, pedólogo Ignacio me diste. Siete escrituras escupidas y pisoteadas, seis redadas de ice, hueputas, cinco jaulas que arrancan niños, carajo. Cuatro brazos a traidores, dos perversiones filtradas, dos guiños a esta y un voto ciego por escoria en un árbol lleno de odio. El octavo día de Navidad, tu fake fuck Christian, pedólogo Ignacio me diste. Ocho huérfanos gritando de la puta miseria, siete escrituras escupidas y pisoteadas, seis redadas de ice, hueputas, cinco jaulas que arrancan niños, carajo. Cuatro brazos a traidores, tres perversiones filtradas, dos guiños a esta y un voto ciego por escoria en un árbol lleno de odio.
Now that's an undado muffin compared to, you know how I love muffins in the morning? Look at that one. Got sausage, egg, cheese. Turn it down a little. Actually, I'm going to switch this over. I think this one I can eat with my hand. I think the egg has been toasted on it. Oh, no, egg is perfect. The egg is perfect. Look at that. It just came out of the sandwich. We're gonna double stack it. Add a little extra tomato on it. Who never sleeps, Tony? From your perspective, I never sleep. I got Antifa FM going all the time, right? I got Antifa FM now. YouTube channel, headless. Look at that. You shouldn't be sleeping. Why are you sleeping right now? It's like middle of the day for you. You want a bite? This is amazing. Amazing. Oh, look at that. Oh, sorry to hear that. Where is that? That's Turkey? Where's that? Huh?
Me and I.
No. No, we don't. No, because the time thing fucks up farming. You know that, right? Farmers love the time thing because during the summertime they get an extra hour on their farm before they have to go to their day job. That's why why you don't want to change it. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yeah, because it will sunrise at 4:45 in the morning. 4:45. No, it doesn't help the farmers. It doesn't help the farmers. Unless you're lazy. Unless you're lazy ass farmers who don't want to get up at 5 a.m. and go do your fucking farming. Right? And you just want to work later in the evening. Most farmers get up early. Like if you're milking cows and stuff, you're up at 3, 4 in the morning. So you don't want daylight savings. I don't know, how do you think it helps the farmers? Because they're lazy. They do it because of kids, yeah. That's why they do it. They don't want the kids they don't want the kids coming home in the dark, I guess. I don't know why they do it. That doesn't even make sense. Doesn't make sense either. Oh, walking to school?
That's in Japan.
What?
Vending machine going to the
Up?
no. There. Down.
Huh? The price going down?
Decrease up, right?
What do you mean? Less vending machines?
Yeah. We don't have any human power for putting to the attic.
Yeah.
For attic.
Yeah.
Everything. Going back.
Yep. They're taking away vending machines. They don't have enough. They don't have enough people in Japan. So there's jobs. So they're decreasing the vending machine. Decreasing the number of vending machines. What happened to this ambulance? They could just back up.
they were in a hurry to the hospital and instead of
But it's not in the ditch. They could easily pull forward. The guy freaked out.
where's the cab to the hospital?
I know, but it's not.
And it would emergency if it happened in the
I know, but he's not in the ditch. He just needs to pull forward. He's freaked out.
I care about the death of the what happened in the injury.
I'm like, why did you stop? You should have just kept moving. Elderly, pregnant woman. All right, let's go. Gotta take the trash out, boys, ladies. Stella out. Oh, miscarriage? Oh. Oh, a woman had a miscarriage in the ambulance. All right, let's go. Let's get my trash, roadside trash. Damn it. Why are you rotting on me? I need to go to the farm today, actually. Oh, man. I gotta plant my potatoes. I sliced them up. Let's go. I had my agent. I had a 0102 Talkegan chat. Let's see how it did. And it got booted out. Just get the rice going. What's the yellow thing? Huh? Pollen?
Yeah.
Why is it in the water? Oh, the fish eat the pollen? University admission results. Today, Tommy gets his universal admission results. Admission means entrance into university. That's right.
Correct?
Oh, they're all good, Mama. They're all good. They're all good. In English, you can say them all different ways. I'm sorry, I went outside. My Wi-Fi fucked up. Let's go up and check something. Let's turn this off. Let's turn that off. Let's turn this off. Going upstairs. Mikey's breakfast is right here. Let me serve it, I guess. He's coming down now. I'm going to wake up Mikey. Why do I need to hang out with you? Huh? Need what? Yeah, of course. You want more coffee? Huh? Mikey, I made a little extra for Mikey. Mikey needs it. He likes his coffee. Hi. Wow, double coffee. You're gonna be peeing a lot. We're gonna have passionate lovemaking tomorrow. My birthday. It's my birthday. It's passionate lovemaking. You want orange? Passion.
You're horrible Frank Sinatra. Grandma or Frank Sinatra.
My 3 songs. You get to listen to my 3 songs.
What kind of one?
Frank Sinatra. I Did It My Way.
Yeah? And what else? That's it.
I'm filling up my kombucha. I did it my way. My kombucha. Feeding my kombucha. Maybe, Mama, I think better location here for me. Look, if you put it here, the sponge. Well, I want it to go on here. Sponge. I want the sponge on here. If it's on here, then I am easier for me to put it. It's not sticking though. Why? How did you make it stick?
Use your head, use your brain. It's really easy.
No, it's not sticking.
It's really easy.
Not sticking.
If you're not doing Godzilla, you can.
Can't do it. Becky Knight.
Did you clean up? Clean real well? This side? No. And there also sink
I wiped it.
and tap.
Not sticky. I want it here. I want it in this corner right here, Mama. Make it fit in this corner right here, and I'll be happy. See, then I can stick it right there. Look. Much better. See, I can stick it right there is where we want it. It's I can't reach it in that corner because everything's there and it's hard to get in there. So I always stick it up here because it's Innovation. My middle name.
How long takes the time for that invention?
Well, me looking at it and not using it, you didn't wonder, why doesn't my husband use this? I put this here for him, but he never uses it. You should have said, oh, maybe the idea is good, but the position is no good. Good idea. I know you're thinking, but
how can I fix the Mikey shoes? Every time he can.
do what you did to me.
Huh?
Do what you did to me. Throw it outside. Your system helped me. Look, my shoes now are good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to treat us like a dog.
I said it to Mikey. You started to fix it.
No, I didn't fix it.
You fixed it.
No.
Oh, Mikey.
No, I didn't fix it. I saw it. I didn't fix it.
You did throw it away?
No. Not my job.
You want to be a gentleman there. To destroy others' minds.
Your job is to be the bad person. Here. Here for last month, right? I still owed you 2 for last month.
Any new months now?
I know. I'm only gonna pay you.
So, Tommy near the Esther, he have to start the put money into the stock, right? You have to learn stock. Right, Dada?
Well, he has to make money to put money in the stock.
Yeah, first of all, you have to make the money. Afterwards, second of all, you have to put money into the stock. Why you said the gold is going to the house? Where's the house, Dada?
It's going up.
Really? Slowly?
Not slowly, it's gonna go fast. Depends what happens this next week. Gas in Japan is gonna go up. You should. Gas companies. I don't know about. I don't know why you invest in SoftBank. Why SoftBank?
AI.
Is SoftBank doing AI?
I want you to check it out. You're a professional. It's really cheap now. It's not bad. Less than 4,000.
You should be putting money in your cryptos.
What?
Where's your blood pressure medicine? Not medicine. Where's your band? I gotta check my blood pressure. Thank you there, MEH. I have to check it every day and write it down. My wife bought this for her. I'm using it now. Thanks for reminding me there, buddy, MH. I took blood pressure medicine last night. I think it's just the sunlight coming in on the door.
Oh, did you get blood pressure medicine?
Yeah, I did.
From where?
From the hospital.
I know which hospital. I'm not a hospital. We're stupid in a conversation, Dada. I'm not a hospital. Which hospital?
Mitazuka. That's my hospital. I don't like my GP, internal medicine woman. She's the one that called you all the time about my damn thing. Now she wants me to take my blood pressure every day. $129/80. 129/80. 129/80. I took a tablet last night.
Wow.
I took one little pill last night.
Really?
Yeah. That's right. What day is it today? What day is it today? 6? Today.
So,
what day is it today?
what do you think?
What day is it today?
Tomorrow, what? Who's the birthday?
So it's the 6th today.
Who's the birth? What's my birthday? When's my last birthday? Don't be quiet. Don't be quiet.
All right. Really, 129. So 120/80 is normal. I'm 129 over. I shouldn't take another pill then, should I? I shouldn't take a pill, right, guys? I shouldn't take a pill. It could drop my blood pressure too low. I'm gonna put it here, Mama. You're gonna break your rule. Put it right there, so I remember to take my blood pressure. Okay? No, here's fine. I won't. I won't see it there. I won't see it. Then I'll put it here. Then. Come on. One rule for my blood pressure. Look, my blood pressure going up now. Look what you did to me. My blood pressure. Just one thing.
I'm not gonna do it. You're gonna say it yes.
One, just right there.
I said okay.
It's right there on the side. Mama, it's for my blood health. I won't remember. I won't see it down there. I won't remember. If it's there, oh, do my blood pressure. That's why I need it there.
I'm going to cut you off, okay? You know my personality.
And then I'll put it under.
No.
I'll put it under here then. I'll move this out of the way. Put it under here. There. I need to charge these batteries. This is our trail camera for taking pictures. I wonder if this thing is working. Weak man. You better believe it. You better believe it, cynical. You better believe it. That's why you're divorced, you have no kids, you're single. Reflect on that. That's why you're divorced, or you're single, you have no, and your kids hate you. Cynical. Maybe you should watch and learn. Mike, are you gonna pick it up and eat, or you need knife and fork? How can you check how many panels are on here? How do we check?
You know that.
I don't know how to change. I want to check the panels on this thing. But I think we're missing. We should have 3 green lights, Mama. Look. 1, 2, 3. We need to have 3 green lights.
And then go to the Captain Vault, fit in my name, and it's broken and fix it. But we don't have any warranty anymore.
Oh, we got to fix it. Ridiculous. Why you don't have warranty?
Because it worked 10 years ago.
I went up and checked. They're very clean, except for one bird poop on them. I put a ladder, really dangerous. I put a ladder up there and climbed up on the roof. You would have been having a fit.
Well, if you're gonna climb up there, at least do it safely.
No, I didn't. I can't. It's impossible. All right. What I want you to do. This is all Japanese. Number 1, is there a language option in this thing or no?
From what I see on the screen, it looks like the interface is only showing Japanese.
Okay. All right. Number 2, I want to check how many panels are connected and functioning. Which icon? Now I want you to number these. So across the top is 1, 2, 3, 4. Going down. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. So working by rows down. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Which button do I press to check the panel conditions if they're all functioning?
So based on your numbering, the first row is 1, 2, 3, 4, and the second row is 5, 6, 7, 8.
No. 1, 2, 3 is the first. How do you get 4? There's 1, 2, 3. Plus there's on the very top. Then there's very top, on the top. All right, on the top, do I need to press any of these things on the top? Read them off to me. What do they say?
At the top, I see 2 main tabs. The left one says solar, and the right one says settings. Depending on what you're adjusting.
What do you mean you see 2 tabs? I see soda. Okay, that does say soda, and this says settings. And what does this one say on the edge there?
On the far edge, that tab says history. It's likely where past performance or logs are stored.
Okay, so let's look at the history of performance for our solar panels.
Sure. Tap that history tab, and it should bring up the performance.
All right, now so we're in the history. This is history, right?
Yes,
Look at
that's the history section.
So
Now
on what are the name off the 1, 2, 3? Name off these 3 buttons.
The 3 buttons in the history section are first, power generation and consumption, second, sales and purchase of electricity, and third, environmental contribution.
Okay, what's these next 3 say?
The next 3 buttons are first, electricity cost calculation with a piggy bank icon, second, energy saving navigation with a green leaf icon, and third, battery status with a battery icon.
What does battery do?
That battery status button shows how much charge your system's storage battery currently has, so you know if you're storing energy or need to rely on the grid.
So we have a battery added to this thing.
Yes, from what it shows, you've got a battery integrated into the system. That way you can store excess solar power and use it when needed.
Huh. Now, all right, let's go back. Wait, what was this thing here?
If you mean that last button
What's this button here? All right, this is that there.
That button at the bottom is basically a back or return button.
So this is over time, right? What is this here?
Exactly. That graph shows your data across different times, like how much energy was consumed or stored throughout the day.
So is this, read it up. What does it say? Is this stored or transmitted?
The graph's legend shows 2 lines. One is battery storage level and the other is consumption. You can see which is which by the color next to each label.
Well, I'm only seeing one thing on the graph. So what's the blue thing say up there? The little blue, and what does it say after the blue?
The blue label says battery remaining amount, meaning that line would show your battery charge percentage over time.
Yeah, we don't have batteries, so we're just seeing in the orange.
Right. So if you don't have have a battery, then the graph is just showing the orange line, which represents your consumption of electricity over time.
From the solar panels?
Exactly.
All right, what do these, read these off here. What do these say here? What's this in here? The first three, read them off.
The top three buttons say first, date and time, second, network settings, and third, brightness and lighting time.
Okay, and what's this one say here?
That button says operation start date, which likely lets you set or check when the system began running.
And second button and third button, read them off.
The second button says network settings, and the third button says screen settings. These would handle connectivity or display adjustments.
Okay, and how about the last three?
The last three buttons say current settings, touch panel settings, and energy saving goals.
Okay, what do these panels say here?
These panels are showing options related to energy saving targets. The first one says previous month's consumption, and the second one says same month last year consumption.
Okay, what are the... What? It didn't do anything, did it? Okay. Huh.
It might not have responded because there's no detailed data set or target configured. If you'd like to set something specific, another menu option might be needed.
So, right, so basically it's showing the panels, right? So it's showing set 1, 2, and 3. Set 3 panel isn't running.
Exactly. It looks like the system is monitoring 3 sets, and right now only the first 2 are producing power. The third one seems inactive or not connected.
All right, we need to take a picture of that. Okay. So it's Hackman Vault, Baba?
That button looks like a home button. It'll bring you back to the main
How can we...
like a central menu.
Dada,
What?
it's not a Haruya Hackman ball. You know where is the Hackman ball?
How can I investigate what's going on with the 3 panels?
A good first step is checking physical connections. Also, if there's a detailed diagnostics menu under settings, you could explore that.
See if there's a diagnostic settings. Where would I go?
You'd head into the settings tab again. From there,
Which one is the settings tab? The top or the very far right? The far right one, right? And then in here, do you see anything?
Yes, the far right tab is settings. Once inside, you can look for something like...
You look, because I can't read Japanese, so you have to look. Look.
No problem. I can help read what's on the screen. Just show me the options and
I'm showing you the options. Look out of your camera.
I can see your screen fine, so feel free to hold it steady on the menu you need help with, and I'll read it out.
Read it off. You're looking for the option for troubleshooting, figuring out what's going on with it.
In that menu, I see options like power generation and consumption, electricity cost, and battery status. None of these are diagnostics. You may
Okay.
need a system manual.
How about here? How about here? Anything for diagnostic in here?
In this section, we have things like date and time, network settings, and screen settings. These are more about general configuration. No direct diagnostics option here either.
What's this one say?
That button says EchoNet Light Settings, which is a smart home communication protocol.
And?
It says it enables control from EchoNet compatible devices. So this is for letting external smart devices manage the system.
Now, could I connect you up to it?
Not directly. I can't interface with the system.
Yeah, but could we use my Wi-Fi network to connect with it?
If the system supports Wi-Fi and remote access, you could connect it to your network, but I wouldn't control it. You'd use an app or interface designed for it.
What does this mean? What's this one say? Suru means to connect. Echo Light. Is there a search? Is there any open source Echo Light, or is it proprietary?
EchoNet Lite is actually an open standard in Japan for smart homes. There are compatible devices and apps, but you need one designed for your system. So it's not proprietary, but it's specific.
Dada.
Anything here for us diagnostic?
This screen is more about historical data. diagnostics, but it tells you how much you've generated and consumed.
Is this what is this historic?
Yes, this is historical data. The top says the date, and you're seeing how much was generated.
No, the orange, because look at the dot. What's this dot mean? Right where I'm at right now and what it's done in the past, or what?
Exactly. That dot is showing you the current point in time, right now, and how it compares to what you generated or consumed earlier today.
What does the middle one say? The first one, it says what? And the second one says what? And the third one says what?
The first one says cumulative generation amount. The second one says cumulative external generation. And the third one says cumulative consumption.
And the bottom one down there, the last one, at 4%.
That last line is self-sufficiency rate at 4%, meaning how much of your usage is covered by your solar generation.
All right. Okay.
All right, take your time. If you need to check anything.
Fucking shit. The lightning symbol. The lightning symbol. Oh, what? What's this tell me right here? Look at the camera. What does this tell me?
This message says that on December 15th, 2022 at 9:32, a function that suppresses voltage rise was activated for the power conditioner.
What does that mean?
It means that the system detected the voltage going higher than ideal and automatically activated a control to keep it stable. It's a normal safety function to protect your equipment and the grid.
Okay, what's this page read here?
This screen.
Go on.
Total generated energy, total consumed energy, sold energy, bought energy, and your self-sufficiency rate. In other words, it's your lifetime performance summary since the system began running.
So read the top one. Read them off one by one. The top one is what?
The top line is generated energy. It says 104,260 kilowatt hours.
And the
That's
second
total
one?
your solar panels have ever produced.
And the second one?
The second line is consumed energy. It's 133,058 kilowatt hours. That's how much power your home used overall.
And the next line?
The next line is sold energy. That's 74,866 kilowatt hours. This is what you sold.
Okay. And then what's the next line?
The next line is purchase energy. 103,664 kilowatt hours. That's how much you bought from the grid overall.
Doesn't make sense. We produced all that energy, and we oh, and what's the 78% mean? Huh?
The 78% is your self-sufficiency rate. In other words, 78% of your total needs were covered by your solar generation, meaning you relied on the grid for the rest.
I see. It's not bad. 78%. We gotta go. We gotta get in the car. All right, let's go jump in the car. Take Mikey to school. All right, let's go. What? Yeah? Maybe. Not all of them. I fucked up my shoes. I didn't put my shoes right. If my wife saw my shoes, like, she wants all the shoes backwards. But you gotta put your shoes backwards. Mama's really going crazy about that. What's up, Emma? Let's get my son. We'll go take a check, figure out the solar panels. Years old. You figure out your computer, Mikey? I was sleeping when you called me. I apologize. I was grumpy. I was like about to sleep, and all of a sudden you knock on the door and woke me up. I was really angry. But I wasn't angry at you. I was trying to sleep, and then I woke up and I wanted to help you, and then you didn't want help.
I figured out.
Good. That's good. I got my headset back. Get a life? What life should I get, dude? What life should I get? Mark, what life should I get? Are you that miserable? Are you coming in here? See, you're Mark, you know you're projecting, right? You know, the first thing that comes out of your mouth projects how you feel, what you're thinking. So basically what you're saying is, need to get alive. Mark, you need to get alive. Marky needs to get alive. Marky's upset. Needs to get alive.
Qatar have gained influence in Syria, are seeking influence elsewhere and everywhere throughout the region.
This is Israel.
And from here, I warn, Turkey is the new Iran.
This is Israel.
Erdogan is sophisticated, dangerous, and he seeks to encircle Israel. We can't close our eyes again. And while some senior Israelis were on Qatar's payroll, Qatar and Turkey are nourishing the Islamic Brotherhood monster that is growing and eventually might become as dangerous as the one created by Iran. Turkey and Qatar are gaining influence not only in Syria, but also in Gaza through the front door. Clear. Turkey and Qatar have gained influence in Syria, are seeking influence elsewhere and everywhere throughout the region. And from here, I warn, Turkey is the new Iran.
Listen to this Nazi. This is a Nazi.
Erdogan is sophisticated,
this is
dangerous.
A Zionist fucking Nazi, right? So I understand they wiped out Syria, they wiped out Iraq. Now they're wiped out Iran. Now they're preparing for the next wipeout. We got to take out Turkey. You see, this is a Zionist. This is the Zionists attacking the Muslim faith. This is the Zionists, who believe in this crazy prophecy bullshit, and willing to lose the world. I mean, listen to what our military soldiers, our leadership in our military telling their soldiers. It's going to be a bloodbath. You know, you gotta, you know, they're trying to get them all fired up like some sort of fucking crusade. This is insane. Over 140 notifications of troops reporting to their, you know, about this shit going on. You know, we've got Christian nationalists. They purged our military. They're building, you know, these, you know, they're building a fundamentalist military. It's completely insane. They're radicalizing our soldiers. There's it's maddening. It's unbelievable. So understand that this is Israel's war. Israel has compromised on Trump via the Epstein files. We know now, based on the Epstein files, that Epstein was an agent for Israel. How do we know? Well, he hung out. He had a private room for Israel. Israel installed all his cameras in his room, managed his cameras. His security was Israel. He was protected. They had Mossad basically running all the stuff around Epstein. And, you know, he was what's known as a compromat agent. A compromat agent. His goal was very subtle, to lure people in by hawkings, by, you know, the mathematicians, these speakers, get people to come and join, provide young girls, right? And then it's kind of like you're in the club now. You've tasted the forbidden fruit. You've tasted the forbidden fruit. You're in the club. He probably Mossad. Why would Epstein have to be the one blackmailing these people? Have you ever thought of this? Why would it be Epstein? Why wouldn't it be some Mossad agent going, hey, you know, and then they can act like, oh, we had the place bugged. It wasn't Epstein. Listen, you know, we see what you're doing. Here's the videotape. You're going to do what we say. It makes sense. Why would they dirty Epstein's hand? Epstein was just a transactionalist. And all of a sudden, and these people, like Epstein said, these people are so horrific, they'll kill you. You know, when Michael Wolff went to Epstein and said, hey, why don't you just blow the whistle? He says, you don't understand. You don't fuck with these people. You don't fuck with these people. These people owns Trump. They own Trump. Israel owns Trump. Think about what's going on. I mean, this whole Gulf War is Putin's fucking wet dream. Trump is disabling NATO. He is disabling the petrodollar. He, like, everything Trump is doing benefits Putin. It's like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. It's so transparent. And people are, you know, are in just denial. It's pretty sad, pretty sad. In the military, a Marine, God, that guy, dude, that video, if you haven't seen that video, pretty crazy. Popping his elbow. Pathetic virtue signals. I agree, cynical. I agree. You know, I agree. You know, you are just full of pathetic virtue. I agree, dude. You're there. You're projecting again. Projecting again. A dumbass projecting. Look, you got deported. You got fucking deported from the channel, bitch. You're gone. Deported from the fucking channel. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing good. Hey, we had like 30,000 people sign up yesterday. I had it up going good. We're gonna run to my IKEA house. I gotta check my mail, see if I got like a $10 utility bill to pay. As an electrician. That's right. Should I put my lipstick on for you? Here you go. Put my lipstick on. Are you in here? Welcome, Art. Welcome, Art. How's my lesbian brother doing? Are you doing good, Art? Are you good? Are you doing good? Down there. Let's get the music going here. Let's get some music.
That's inaccurate, Madam Secretary. I'll read from the notice from your agency.
She's gone.
Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States. You identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media company. Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll
Because
tell
it
you
was
about
done
it.
according to
Madam
law.
Secretary,
It
the
was done by career
address is
officials.
registered to a
It
political
was
operative.
dollars that were spent
Madam Secretary, the company,
inform
and then I'll give you an
people
opportunity to
of the
respond. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days before this contract went out.
It's fucking
You
busted.
want the American people to believe
Fucking.
that this is all above board?
Yes,
That
They're just
$143
grifting.
million of
Everyone,
taxpayer money-
all of Trump's people are just
This
grifting America. Have a good day, Tom, Mikey.
Doesn't have a headquarters,
Love
doesn't
you.
have a website, has never done work for
Good
the
luck.
federal government before, and is registered apparently or attached to a residence from a political operative. And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions is that this is taxpayer money.
This is fraud.
And
It isn't taxpayer money, it's fraud. This is why she was fired. Now that she's fired, they can fucking sue her. They can open up a criminal investigation. The state should open up a criminal investigation. Even though it's federal money, I'm sure it's got to be an abuse of state abuse.
Secretary, I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States. You identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media company. Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll
Because
tell you
it was
about
done
it.
according to
Madam
law?
Secretary,
That's
The best gift I could possibly give business owners this year is something that I should charge for and just make it free. And so that's exactly what
How do you know you aren't killing people from our side? It's not like we have the same uniforms.
I don't know. I recognize our guys, I think.
You recognize 20,000 men?
Yeah. Yeah, what about this?
Did you just kill this guy?
Did I just kill this guy? No.
No, good. Because that's Gisle, a childhood buddy. One of the guys. We're a group of close-knit childhood friends who go on trips and hang out on other occasions during the year. Yule dinners and stuff like that. Someone slices his cock too. Who would do such a thing? How do you know you aren't killing people from our side? It's not like we have the same uniforms.
I don't know. I recognize our guys, I think.
You recognize 20,000 men?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
All right. I support Representative Mace's subpoena here, as well as the amendment to it. And I just think it's really disgusting how this institution protects itself, because y'all, just half of them voted to send this stuff to House Ethics, where you know it's going to die. We know that members of Congress are using taxpayer dollars to pay off sexual harassment. We just had a member of Congress literally sexually harass a woman that then lit herself on fire, and you guys all protected him. You guys all protected my own side, your side. And so if you guys want to talk about victims, if you want to go out and virtue signal, and then you guys are going to kill her stuff on the floor and then try to pass, yeah, of course we should subpoena all of this stuff. But just, I'm not going to sit here and play games. I think it's a complete fraud. I think that's why the American people hate us. I think the midterms are coming up and everyone should go on record for this. And I hope that members are exposed for this. I hope it goes back, I think, to the 70s, because it's wrong that it's happening. It's wrong that we cover up for it. It's wrong that we can't censor our own side because people are busy making deals because you guys don't want to censor your side. It's a deal that's been cut and people hate us for it. So yeah, I support it. All right, I support.
Hey, how's it going? It has been a fun week. Tony filling in a couple of days, Dave filling in a couple of days, and then I flew solo one of the days while sure.
If you're making less than 200 grand a year, you're in the wrong industry. You have to be in tech. Specifically, you have to be in data. And so the reason...
The most important political conflict in the world today is the Second Cold War. The United States is waging a openly today in Washington. It is not. And the reason for this new Cold War is quite clear. AI. Secretary Marco Rubio admitted that China is the only country powerful enough to challenge the global dominance of the U.S. empire.
Here's the other thing you need to realize with China is that they have more energy than us. They think ahead. They plan ahead. And 60% of our oil, they have massive reserve, but 6% of our oil comes out of the Gulf. And if we're concerned about China so much, why would we sell 500,000 units of our most advanced AI chips to Qatar, who are just going to resell and broker them to China? They're just being a middleman. It's pretty insane. Let's listen to this.
Near peer adversaries. We didn't 25 years ago. The United States lived in a unipolar world where we were the only show in town. Now there are at least one unprecedented near peer adversary. The Chinese Communist Party is a challenge to the United States, unlike greater even than what the Soviet Union was. The Communist Party of China leads PRC, is the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever confronted. They have elements that the Soviet Union never possessed. They are a technological adversary and competitor, an industrial competitor, an economic competitor, a geopolitical competitor.
They're not an industrial competitor. How are they an industrial competitor? They own the fucking industry. I love how dumb Americans are. Rubio's industrial competitor. We don't make anything in America anymore. How can they be a competitor if we don't even make anything? Everything we buy, like 90% of our shit comes from China. I know. Did Trump announce it? How was it announced? How was it announced? Let's go read that. Right? Nome firing. I hope now I hope they bring charges against her, Hope they bring charges.
Breaking news into CNN. Nome is out as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. We have a team of reporters on this. Let's start with Kristen Holmes at the White House. Kristen, it was, like 10 minutes ago that you were reporting that her job was in jeopardy, and now it's official.
Yep, President Trump has announced that he has fired the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Nome. This is the first cabinet position that he has fired during his second term.
Yeah, it's like you're fired, you're sleeping with the staff.
National Security Council, he was the National Security Advisor. So President Trump just posted this on Truth Social. He said, I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st, 2026. And Boris, just so you know, this is one of the names that we had heard. He was floating in these conversations he was having with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The current Secretary, Kristi Nome, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. We are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. Again, this is a huge deal, Boris. This is the first time he is firing a cabinet member. He has been incredibly reluctant this term to fire, to shuffle any of his staff, any of his officials, because of the perception of his first term when he was in office, that it was a revolving door. However, as we reported, we were told that the catalyst for this was essentially this appearance that she made, this hearing in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, in which she claimed President Trump had signed off on a $200 million ad campaign that featured her asking illegal immigrants to self-deport. President Trump has now said publicly
that's fired. When you go from a cabinet position to another position, that's a firing, dude. Jason, that's a firing. You know, and that's just to get her out of the way. You know, a special envoy for security in the Western world. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? That's just a bunch of salad. Here's my little $3,000 house. Here, check it out. $3,000 house. All right, little area we're gonna pull in here. Everything here is for sale, by the way. Everything's for sale. There's my little house.
Moving her to a special
There's my little house. Look, my little house. That's all wood covered up. Look, I put that cover over the roof. It's nice.
Thank you so much. If you could stand by for us there at the White House. Let's go to Priscilla Alvarez, who has been tracking this for us. What are you learning?
Well, I have been hearing from Homeland Security officials who are stunned. Of course, they had been talking amongst themselves over the last several weeks and months, anticipating that the secretary may be out soon, given a series of missteps that they perceived she had done over the last several weeks. And one of those in particular, or many of them in particular, are stemmed in what happened in Minneapolis. Recall, of course, that surge of federal agents for that immigration enforcement operation where 2 U.S. citizens were fatally shot by federal agents. And it was the secretary who came out in that immediate aftermath, calling them domestic terrorists, something that she was grilled on during the congressional hearings this week, but that also shocked Homeland Security officials that she would so quickly draw conclusions over such incidents. And recall, too, that President Trump, in the aftermath of those shootings, had dispatched White House border czar Tom Homan to try to resolve the issues on the ground. It was the most high-profile rebuke over the course of the last year of the secretary and the way that she was managing the department and the immigration enforcement mission. Now, of course, the White House said at the time that she was in lockstep with Tom Homan, but it was also clear internally that there had been long simmering tensions there. So all of this to say that it had been building over some time now, what was happening in the department, the management of the department between her and her chief advisor, Corey Lewandowski, who was serving as a special government employee. There had been multiple concerns from within the department about the way that she was handling things, even most recently when she said that she was suspending TSA PreCheck, and then the department had to reverse that within hours. So this has been just a shock for a lot of Homeland Security officials who, even though they thought the writing was on the wall with her leaving at some point, the fact that it has happened now in the wake of these hearings just has them all scrambling.
Priscilla Alvarez, please stand by. Let's go to Manu Raju, who's live on Capitol Hill. Manu, I promised that at some point I would ask you about the situation with Kristi Nome and these hearings. Clearly, they were disastrous.
Yeah, and no question about it. And there have been a lack of support for Kristi Nome throughout, and a growing number of Republicans expressing frustration, concern, and actually, frankly, not even saying if they would support her continuing in the job. And no doubt that echoed at the White House, and the President Trump clearly had some of those similar concerns as well. But I want you to listen to what some of the Republicans told me just in the last day about whether they would continue supporting Kristi Nome staying in that job. Do you have confidence in Secretary Nome?
Time will tell.
Would you vote for her again if you had a chance?
Time will tell.
Do you have confidence in her,
I'm not
Secretary?
going to answer that. That's not my decision.
But you voted to confirm her.
That's not my decision. It's the president. That's up to the president. I want to be a team player, and I want to secure the border, and I want to enforce our immigration laws. But I'm tired of trying to explain behavior that is inexplicable to me.
Well, if you had a chance to vote for her again, would you?
I'm not going to answer that, Manu. You can try 1,000 times, mate. Lots of luck to you.
Now, Barkway Mullen almost certainly would get the support of a majority of the United States senators to be confirmed as the next Secretary of Homeland Security. Senate tends to look favorably upon its own. He has served in this body for 3 years. He's a former House member for about 10 years. He's a former mixed martial arts fighter as well. And he's also been a staunch defender of President Trump's agenda. It was unclear exactly how he was informed to Mullen that he would be Donald Trump's pick, because he did speak to reporters at about 12:30 this afternoon. He was asked about these rumors about Trump floating his name as a replacement. At that point, he said he had not spoken to Trump all week. And then he went, who's holed up in the number 2 Senate Republican's office, John Barrasso. He was not seen for some time. He left the Capitol without commenting, perhaps taking a call from the president at that point. So it's a surprise to many here, and maybe even to Senator Mullen. Guys.
Some fascinating color as Mullen leaves Capitol Hill, potentially taking a call from the president, refusing to comment about Trump considering him for DHS Secretary, and just moments ago, Trump confirming that the new DHS Secretary is Senator Markwayne Mullen of Oklahoma.
In our national lead, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Nome is back on Capitol Hill today, facing bipartisan criticism for her job performance. Yesterday from senators, today from House lawmakers, both often focusing on the aggressive, many would say overly aggressive, immigration crackdown in Minnesota and elsewhere. One Republican senator giving her a particularly harsh assessment.
What we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Nome, we're beginning to get the American people to think that deporting people is wrong. It's the exact opposite. The way you're going about deporting them is wrong. I read your book last week. And honestly, some of the parts of it impressed me, but some of it distresses me. And I'll give you a good example of one that does. The passage where you talk about killing a dog that was 14 months old. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices.
And North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis joins me now live in studio. Senator, let me ask you, why bring up the story of her killing Cricket? I mean, I thought it was a bizarre story too, but like, you think it's actually relevant?
I think it's relevant because if you read the instructions that people do it, I bought the book, I got the audio book, I read it for the committee prep. But,
Here you go.
she tries
Plant my
to suggest
potatoes.
that a 14-month-old dog that's only halfway through what most people who train dogs for hunting purposes is necessary to have that dog be reliable. So she gets angry at a dog that she puts into service long before it should. She goes back to the farm, grabs the family goat, and made her mad. That is not. That's a thought process. The fact that she acted precipitously on limited information, not really understanding that she had put something into a situation that was not ready for, felt a lot like some of the decision making that was done in Minneapolis.
Like calling Renee Good and Alex Preddy to domestic terrorists.
Immediately jump into that. So she was rationalizing killing a dog behavior because it didn't perform properly, but she was wrong. She could have had that dog perform properly. Her then rationalizing that these were terrorists was the expedient. It was the easy way out. I want leaders behind President Trump that do the hard work so that they're preserving the Republican majorities in Congress and the president's legacy. She's far from that.
Well, one of the interesting things about the Preddy and Good situation is that she immediately came out and said things that were
lies,
were false, that we saw on video were not true. And
no credible. And look, the reason why I asked her who Tom Homan reports to, because I knew the answer, and she said he reports to the president.
Right.
If there is no better example of a vote of no confidence as somebody who was in front when the Preddy incident occurred, and now she, who is the head of Homeland Security, is replaced by somebody for a Homeland Security mission who doesn't actually even work for the Secretary of Homeland Security. That's a vote of no confidence, in my opinion, by the president.
So your Republican colleague, Senator Kennedy, was also critical. He was here earlier, and he was specifically critical about a multi-million-dollar ad campaign that DHS ran. And the secretary told him it had been a competitive bid process for the contractors who produced it, and the president had approved of the ad campaign. Democratic Senator Joe Neguse questioned her about the contractor that made these ads, Safe America Media, today. Take a listen.
That's good. Listen to that ad. I'm listening. That ad. Oh my God.
So this is up to date.
There's the ad. Take a listen.
Mostly, at my last job, we used the tool.
Where's Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is no. It has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated
8 days before it won the contract.
8 days before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board?
And we should know one of the other reasons why people are so suspicious of this is one of the subcontractors affiliated with that contract is a company run by the husband of her former spokeswoman, Tricia McLaughlin. What do you make of all this?
Well, look, I mean, let's also, I was sitting right next to John when he was asking the questions, and I don't think people picked up on how proud she was of making any decision over $100,000 in FEMA across her desk, and any decision for Homeland Security over $15 million across her desk. How can you go from saying that you scrutinize everything in excess of 15 millions and in the same 10-minute period say, I didn't know any of the details of a $200 million purchase? And this is somebody that is out of her depth and apparently only situationally interested in transactions over 15 million, except when it involves her family members or friends.
So one of the other things you asked for before you ran out of time yesterday, Charlotte's Web. That's the immigration enforcement operation in Charlotte, North Carolina, run by DHS. You have been waiting for more than a month for basic answers from her about this You're a United States senator. Did she ever give you answers?
No, even worse than that. An hour. One of the reasons why I was angry is that an hour before, after waiting a month, I was told I wasn't going to get the data. I asked for anonymized data that recorded the incidents, the outcome, whether a person was illegally present or not, were they detained.
It's the oversight
did they
responsibility of the
damage property?
legislative
Right.
branch, yeah.
She says that she's got a world-class law enforcement organization. I could go to a small town in North Carolina and they could produce incident reports immediately for me. So she either doesn't have it or she doesn't like what it's going to say. And my suspicion is that she had a very low success rate. In that hearing, she made it a point to reserve the first few rows with victims and people, family members and survivors, angel families, for people who were harmed by these people that I want deported. She was trying to say that but for her, that wouldn't happen. I think because of her, not enough of them are being apprehended because her and Stephen Miller are more worried about hitting artificial numbers that sound big. But when you dig below the surface, like I want to do with Charlotte's Web, I want to understand what their success rate was. And if they're successful, they should be moving heaven and earth to give me that information. The fact that they're stonewalling makes me really concerned with what I'm going to find. And if I don't get the information by March 19th, then I'm going to hold up more processes that I already own for Homeland Security.
I will pay for all of your food if you can tell me how many subscriptions you are currently paying for.
Just 3.
Okay, well, let's see. Can I download the Rocket Money?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Nome, you're in charge of your agency. The buck stops with you, correct?
I'm in charge of my agency. What?
The buck stops with you.
Yes, correct.
And you had to swear an oath to the Constitution before you took this job, right?
Correct.
So, one of the most sacrosanct ideals of our nation, enshrined in our Constitution, is freedom, is liberty.
Mm-hmm.
It is an idea that the government has a very high standard should they take away liberty and freedom from an American citizen. How many U.S. citizens has DHS detained as of last October?
Senator, if you're talking about detained and arrested, is that those that have been violating and obstructing our law enforcement operations? Is that what you're referencing? Because it could be hundreds and hundreds. We have faced violent riots across the country,
you are
specifically in Portland and in
the only
Minneapolis.
people you've detained are committing crimes, but you and I both know
No, I
that's
haven't
not true.
said that. I
So
didn't
then
say that. I
how
asked
many
which ones you were
people
referencing.
have you detained?
I can't give you an accurate number because we've literally detained and arrested many for those obstruction of law enforcement operations, and
So
also
public
others
records,
that have probable
let me tell you
cause.
what my staff researched.
And then released
May
once
I
yes.
continue? Public records are showing that over 170 incidents of your agency unlawfully taking away the liberties and freedoms of American citizens. This includes 20 children, 20 American kids that your agency detained. How long can your agency detain an American citizen?
We don't detain children and separate them from their parents. Those parents have chosen
You're telling me
to keep
under
their
oath right
child
now.
with
Hold on.
them.
I just want to be clear. You're telling me under oath right now that your agency has not detained American children.
Those parents have chosen to keep their children with them. We don't separate families like the Biden
hold on.
administration
Let me
did.
continue.
We keep them
Let me-
together, and parents
please
have the
let me
option
continue.
on if they want their child with them
How long
or
do
not with them.
detentions last when you detain an American citizen? How long do they last?
We don't detain American citizens, and if there's probable cause.
Let me give you, because you are not speaking truthfully under oath. Isaiah Pena Salcedo, a U.S. citizen living in California, was detained more than 70 hours, almost 3 days, even after he showed ICE agents his passport. My colleague, Senator Blumenthal, gave you example after example. He brought people here who had something else we Americans consider sacrosanct, our home, our property. Your masked agents jumping out of unmarked cars have broken into considerable property damage occurring into American citizens' homes. case after case of this, and you sit here before me and claim the buck stops with you, but you don't even know the names of these individuals. I ran New Jersey's largest municipal police department. When my officers engaged in misconduct, you can be damn well sure I knew about it and I investigated it. And yet you have situations where your officers are violating the sanctity of people's homes, arresting and detaining them and holding their children. And you're acting as if you don't know about it and saying that under oath. Miramar Martinez, who is here right now, on her way to church, an American citizen going to church, not just to worship, but to donate clothing. Your officers shot her multiple times. The case was thrown out of court, and you represent here that you don't know about it. In New Jersey, are you aware of your officers' activities in places like schools? Are you aware of your officers' activities at our public schools?
Sir, we don't go into schools and do targeted law enforcement operations. We do targeted law enforcement operations like other agencies.
So you're telling me that ICE officers entered the grounds of a high school in Minneapolis? That's a fact. Elementary school children in New Jersey are terrified of your agents. When they came upon a school bus stop, they fled. Another school, a higher education, Columbia University, your agents reportedly lied to students, told them they were searching for a missing person to gain access to private spaces, to non-public areas of campus. Secretary Nome, these are kids. They're terrified in our communities. How do you think that affects them when children in my state go running, fleeing, and often you all pursue children, throwing them to the ground, getting on their backs, putting them in handcuffs? I want to talk to you about this incredible empire of for-profit companies that are profiting at rates we've never seen, and the way you're using money. Let's drill down on the warehouses that DHS has been buying over the last several months, totaling hundreds of millions of dollars. Are you familiar with the acquisition of a warehouse DHS recently bought in Roxbury Township, New Jersey?
Yes.
You are familiar with that?
Mm-hmm. I'm
Do you
familiar
know
that
how
it's-
much you spent for it?
No, sir, I do not.
$129.3 million. Do you know how much it was assessed for in New Jersey?
Sir, we're purchasing centers across the country to build efficiency into our detention system.
Efficiency to
so that
me,
we
a person who's run tight budgets before and had taxpayer dollars, you paid $129.3 million for a facility in my state that was assessed at less than half of that, at $62 million. To work for a president that says he's a great deal maker, I can't believe he thinks that you're a great deal maker. But what's worse than that is that the Roxbury Township Council, comprised entirely of Republicans, voted unanimously early this year to oppose that facility. My office tried to facilitate a meeting between DHS and local officials so that ICE could hear their concerns, yet DHS did not even respond. That is unacceptable, that you all would enter a town. You wouldn't even follow environmental reviews or have conversations with local officials about the resources, from emergency resources to fire resources and more, that you're going to pull down. You didn't even have a conversation. Secretary Nome, do you comply with court orders?
Yes, we do comply.
Your agency
with court
complies with court orders.
Yes, we comply with
again.
federal
You are
orders.
saying under oath that you do.
But they're not. She's just dumb. She just lies. She needs to go to jail for, she needs to be impeached and held. I hope they, criminal investigations have to be coming for these people, Vic, right? Right? Look at this. She got fired. She's gone. She got moved. She got moved out of there. She's now, on it. Yeah, all these fuckers need to go to prison. They all need to go to prison. Need to go to prison. I want you to search for the latest on the Straits of Hormuz.
With respect to the economy and the cost of oil spiking, is there a need to start those Navy escorts in the Strait of Hormuz now to sort of blunt the impact to people? And also, because Spain is a member of the EU, does that at all put a wrinkle in the president's plan for a trade embargo with them?
With respect to Spain, I think they heard the president's message yesterday loud and clear. And it's my understanding over the past several hours, they've agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military. And so I know that the U.S. military is coordinating with their counterparts in Spain. But the president expects all of our European allies, of course, to cooperate in this long sought after mission, not just for the United States, but also for Europe, to crush the rogue Iranian regime that, again, not only threatens America, but also threatens our European allies as well. With respect to oil prices and the economy here at home, of course, this is something that Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, the National Economic Council of Energy, that is led by Secretary Burgum, has been long working on and well in advance. Yesterday, President Trump announced the U.S. Development Finance Corporation will provide political risk insurance at a very reasonable price.
Yeah, and the thing is, here's the deal. None of them are taking it. None of them are fucking taking it, right, on that risk assessment. I just saw something here.
Crude carriers and cargo ships operating in and around the Gulf. And as you pointed out, Jackie, the president said if necessary and when appropriate, the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I think it speaks to why this action was so necessary, that ultimately the energy industry is going to benefit from the president's actions with respect to Iran, because Iran will no longer be controlling the Strait of Hormuz and restricting the free flow of energy, which, as you all know, controls 20% of the world's global oil supply.
The timeline for making the Strait of Hormuz safe for oil tankers to transport their oil through the strait, what is that timeline, and what can the president do to speed up that timeline?
I don't want to commit to a timeline, but certainly it's something that is being calculated actively by both the Department of War and the Department of Energy. They're working very closely. Both secretaries are in all of the briefings on this subject with the president, and this is, again, something they're monitoring. And if and when necessary, the United States Navy will provide assistance to escort oil tankers through the strait.
Journalist Jonathan Larson reports that U.S. troops were being told that the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran was in preparation for Armageddon and also the return of Jesus. Cenk, is this comforting information for you?
No, just when you thought the Israeli Zionists were bad enough in starting wars for all the wrong reasons, here comes the Christian Zionists. Joy. Wait till you hear what the commander said about why we're in this war and what to do.
This is
Tell us about it,
insane.
yes.
This is fucking
All
insane.
right, so let's give you the high points. This is from Jonathan Larson's report. He says a combat unit commander told non-commissioned officers at a briefing Monday that the Iran
Beyond the headphones. Beyond the headphones.
commanders in every branch of military.
I want to hear this.
Boy, wait till you hear what the commander said about why we're in this war.
Monday that the Iran war is part of God's plan and that President Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth. And that is according to a non-commissioned officer. So we'll talk more about whatever that even means later. But between Saturday and Monday, more than 110 complaints have been logged by the Military Religious Freedom Foundation, or the MRFF, regarding the rhetoric about commanders in every branch of military. The complaints were widespread across more than 40 different units across roughly 30 military installations.
You know that 70% of African Americans, right, believe in Armageddon. 70% of African Americans. It's like 60% of Christians believe American. They're so detached. They're so fucking detached. Biggleworth, do you think Jesus is coming? I'm already here, buddy, but do you think Jesus is coming? Biggles, you think Jesus is coming? You think this whole Iran thing is Armageddon and getting ready for Jesus? There's, the thing is that these Christian fuckturds are so upset. They've been waiting for Jesus for 3,000 years to return, and they figured they're gonna rush it, make it happen quicker. It's just completely insane. Insane.
At 10:47 in the morning on March 1st, a signal was sent from a hardened underground command center buried somewhere beneath the Zagros Mountains of western Iran. It wasn't a phone call. It wasn't a diplomatic cable. It wasn't the kind of message that gets intercepted by satellites and decoded by analysts in Langley within hours. It was something far more deliberate, far more calculated, and far more dangerous. It was the execution order for a plan that Iranian military commanders had been quietly rehearsing for over a decade, a plan that most Western intelligence agencies believed would never actually be used, because using it would mean one thing and one thing only: that Iran had decided the world was about to change forever, and it was going to be the one holding the match when it did. By 4:15 that same morning, multiple Iranian fast attack vessels had silently repositioned themselves along the narrowest corridor of the Strait of Hormuz. Coast Guard radar stations in the United Arab Emirates began picking up anomalous movement patterns. A tanker captain somewhere in the middle of the Persian Gulf sent a distress ping that lasted exactly 4 seconds before going dark. And in Washington, D.C., where it was still the evening of February 28th, a secure phone in the Situation Room began to ring. And what happened next didn't make it to the morning news cycle in the way you'd expect, because what Iran had just done wasn't a missile strike. It wasn't a naval skirmish. It wasn't even a direct confrontation with American forces.
It is fake.
What Iran had just done was something far more sophisticated, far more patient, and in many ways far more terrifying. Iran had begun executing the final phase of what military analysts had quietly called the Hormuz Stranglehold, a layered, multi-domain retaliation strategy designed not to start a war, but to make the entire world feel what a war would cost before a single.
It's what you do is you grab the balls, the cock and balls. The cock is the straits. The balls is that area there. That's what he's talking about.
Officially fires the first shot. To understand why this matters, you have to understand what the Strait of Hormuz actually is. Because most people hear the name, they understand vaguely that it's important, and then they move on with their lives. But the moment you truly grasp what flows through that narrow strip of blue water every single day, something shifts in how you see the world.
Yep.
The Strait of Hormuz is not just a geographic feature.
It is the jugular vein of the global economy. It is the single point on this planet where more concentrated energy wealth passes through than anywhere else on Earth. And it is surrounded on both sides by nations that have been locked in a slow, grinding existential confrontation for decades. At its narrowest point, the Strait of Hormuz is just 21 miles wide. 21 miles.
That's it.
You could drive that in less than 25 minutes on a good day. And yet, through that 21-mile corridor, somewhere between 20 and 21 million barrels of oil pass every single day.
Not anymore.
That is roughly 20% of all the oil traded.
Not for the last 5 days.
The lifeblood supply line for Japan, South Korea, China, India, and a significant portion of Europe. When analysts talk about choke points, those rare geographic locations where geography and geopolitics collide to create catastrophic leverage, nothing on Earth comes close to what the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, this is why no other administration attacked Iran. This is why attacking Iran, the way the world is set up, the industrial, the world flies out of this fucking 21 miles. 21 miles controls the entire fucking world, and Iran basically controls that strait. And it's surrounded by mountains. There's actually 900 miles of fucking mountains from the top to bottom, and they can hit anything on that strait. All of desalinization. He's not talking about the water supply, all this stuff. And this is why it's America, and this is why boots are going onto the ground, right? We have to put boots on the ground in order to control the strait, and it's gonna be interesting. It's going to be interesting how this is going to pan out, because right now nothing is flowing, and ships are not taking the what's it called? The premiums. And maybe it's a scam. Maybe it's another fucking Trump business. We're going into the insurance business. Trump is undercutting all these insurance companies and trying to do a quick grab. Maybe what this is all about. I just figured it out. God damn, Trump, dude, this is what it is. Trump wants a piece of the insurance business. He wants a piece of the insurance business. It's all about basically getting the insurance business. Oh, we will insure you, and we'll not only that, we'll throw in a Navy escort for you to go back and forth, right? Let's put our sailors. Our sailors now they're like Uber drivers. Fucking our military is becoming Uber for the straits. Right? They're Uber drivers. Let's just put our kids at risk, our ships at risk, for covering, for driving up, so Trump can get a piece of the insurance market. I think we figured it out. We just figured it out. It's all about getting a piece of the insurance market. That's what it's all about. Holy shit. Yeah, it is. You're right, Darren. It's fucking ridiculous.
And Iran has known this for a very, very long time. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, the IRGCN, has spent the better part of 30 years turning the Persian Gulf into what military planners call an anti-access area denial environment. They didn't do this by trying to build a fleet that could challenge the United States Navy in a traditional blue water engagement. They knew they couldn't win that fight. Instead, they invested in something far more cunning. They built a swarm, hundreds of small, fast, highly maneuverable patrol boats armed with anti-ship missiles, torpedoes, and in some cases, nothing more than explosive laden holes designed to be driven directly into the side of a target at full speed. They seeded the shallow waters of the Gulf with sophisticated mines that can sit dormant for months and then activate on acoustic or magnetic cues. They deployed shore-based anti-ship missile batteries along the Iranian coastline, hidden in mountain terrain and fortified bunkers, capable of striking targets anywhere within the Gulf with relatively little warning. And they built a command and control architecture designed to survive the first wave of any American air campaign against it. This is not speculation. This is not fear-mongering. This is the assessment that has been repeated year after year in unclassified reports from the U.S. Naval War College, from RAND Corporation, from the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London. Iran has built, over decades of patient investment, the most capable asymmetric naval threat in any strategically vital waterway on the planet. And now, on the morning of March 1st, Tehran had made the decision to show the world exactly what that meant. The context for this moment had been building.
Okay. Tommy. Holiday's over. Let's go. We got to go and do stuff. Huh? We got to go and do stuff, Tommy. Come on. Get clothes on. Come on. Holiday's over. You can be sleepy in the car. Let's go. Electrician is good. That's good. Yeah. All right, I guess I'm fucking going by myself.
Iran had been quietly deepening its relationships with a network of partners and proxies who share, for various reasons and to various degrees, an interest in seeing American influence in the region diminished. This network, which includes Hezbollah in Lebanon, Houthi forces in Yemen, various militia groups across Iraq and Syria, and less visible relationships with actors in other theaters, have been receiving signals in the days leading up to March 1st. And beginning on that morning, several of those actors began taking coordinated actions designed to stretch American attention and military resources in multiple directions simultaneously. In Yemen, Houthi forces launched a fresh wave of drone and missile strikes against commercial shipping in the Red Sea, a campaign they had already been waging intermittently, but which now intensified in a way that was clearly coordinated rather than coincidental. In Iraq, a series of rocket attacks targeted American military facilities, the pattern that seemed designed less to cause actions and more to force American forces into a defensive posture, consuming attention and resources. In Lebanon, Hezbollah conducted what it described as a training exercise along the border with Israel, an exercise that involved moving significant military assets in a way that was impossible for Israeli intelligence to ignore, and that forced the IDF to respond with its own heightened alert posture. The message that Iran was sending was not subtle. It was deliberate, and it was directed at multiple audiences simultaneously. To the United States, it was saying, "You cannot fight us in one place. If you come for us in the Gulf, we can light fires from Lebanon to Yemen to Iraq." To America's allies in the region, it was saying, "Your security guarantees from Washington have limits. Those limits are more visible than they've ever been before." To China and Russia, it was saying, "The window of American distraction is open, and we are opening it wider." And to its own domestic audience, which had been watching years of economic pain with increasingly frayed patience, it was saying, "We have not forgotten what we promised you. We fight back." Now, here is where the story becomes genuinely dangerous, because the calculation that Iran has made is a very high stakes one, and it depends on a set of assumptions that may or may not hold. Tehran is betting that the United States, deeply aware of the catastrophic economic consequences of a full military conflict in the Strait, deeply invested in avoiding another long and costly Middle Eastern war, and acutely aware of the domestic political costs of military action, will respond with restraint. It is betting that gray zone it has chosen to operate in, provocative but not quite over the line, is a zone where American military power is least effective and most constrained. It is betting that the pain it can impose on the global economy will create pressure not just on Washington, but on Washington's allies and partners, who will themselves begin lobbying for de-escalation. And there is genuine reason to think this bet is not entirely irrational. The American military posture in the region, while still formidable, has been shaped by decades of experience that has left a deep institutional awareness about open-ended military commitments in the Middle East. The carrier strike groups and the naval assets and the air power that can be brought to bear are real, and they are significant. The question has never been whether the United States could defeat Iran militarily in a conventional sense. The question has always been what happens after. What happens when the missiles and the bombs have fallen and the shooting stops or doesn't stop. And the region is left with a set of consequences that nobody planned for and nobody knows how to manage. Iran has studied Vietnam. It has studied Iraq. It has studied Afghanistan. It has watched with great attention the way that asymmetric conflicts have repeatedly frustrated and exhausted the world's most powerful military, not by defeating it on the battlefield, but by making victory impossible to define, making costs impossible to bear, and making time the ultimate weapon of the weaker side. This is the doctrine that Iranian strategic thinking has absorbed and adapted, and the Hormuz stranglehold is its most refined expression. The United States response in the hours and days following March 1st has been carefully calibrated in a way that reflects exactly the kind of dilemma Iran intended to create. Additional naval assets were repositioned. The second carrier strike group was placed on elevated readiness. Diplomatic communications were flowing through, back channels that the public isn't privy to. Statements from official spokespeople were firm, but
Yeah, let's talk about the thing is that you have to understand too is it isn't about controlling the straits. It's about all the economies that support the petrodollar, that create the petrodollar, from Saudi Arabia, Dubai, all of the refineries, everything is on that side. Everything is exposed. Everything can't be defended. One of the biggest assets, one of the biggest, or Achilles heel, the number one Achilles heel facing America, facing the West, is the desalinization plants, right? They can take those damn things out with a rocket launcher, right? Taking out a desalinization plant, all of a sudden you cripple agriculture, a little bit they have, and also the water supply. Some communities get the majority of their water, like 90%. Kuwait gets 90% of their water from desalinization, right? On that. That is huge, huge. And that's what no one is talking. No one is talking about the desalinization plants. They're like, oh, let's not talk about the desalinization plants. We don't want to give them they fucking know about the desalinization plants. And I tell you what, the moment Saudi Arabia puts boots on the ground, the moment you see, Kuwait or any of the other groups put boots on the ground against Iran, they're like, okay, they're gonna blow up those desalinization plants. And then what happens after you blow up those desalinization plants? What happens next? It's simple. There's riots because the majority of the population are going to start to go thirsty. And the rich people are going to have their bottled water and everything else, but there's no bottled water coming in. People die very quickly. 3 days without water, 1 week without food. Or 30 days without food, maybe it's more than a week. Yeah, that's what's going on.
All the language of resolve without any of the language of imminent action. Everyone in a position of actual decision-making authority understands that the next move in this sequence is the one that either creates an off-ramp or doesn't. The consequences of not having an off-ramp are almost too large to contemplate. An actual military confrontation in the Strait of Hormuz, a real one, with shooting and sinking in the full weight of American air power directed at Iranian targets, will not produce a clean, decisive result. Every serious war game that has ever been run in this scenario has produced the same uncomfortable conclusion. Yes, the United States military would ultimately achieve air superiority. Yes, Iranian naval assets would be largely destroyed. Yes, the military balance of the conflict would tilt overwhelmingly in America's favor within a matter of days. But in that same span of days, Iran would almost certainly succeed in doing enormous damage to commercial shipping in the Gulf. Even a handful of successfully executed attacks on tankers, sinkings, or serious damage would be enough to drive oil prices to levels that would trigger a global economic shock of the first order. Some analysts who have modeled these scenarios have produced price projections north of $200 per barrel under certain disruption scenarios. The number is not a number that any government in the world wants to see actualized. And beyond the oil price shock, there's the question of the broader regional conflagration. An American military campaign against Iran would not stay neatly contained to the Persian Gulf. Hezbollah would almost certainly strike Israel, triggering an Israeli military response that would draw additional actors. American forces in Iraq and Syria would face intensified attacks. The governments of Gulf states who host American military bases that are absolutely essential to any military campaign against Iran, would face enormous domestic and regional pressure. The Abraham Accords, which represented years of painstaking diplomatic progress toward a new regional architecture, would be under existential strain.
Unfortunately, we're not the number one, buddy.
This is what Iran has built, and this is why the decision makers in Washington are, right now, staring at a set of options where none of them are good.
Not the number one. We're the number two.
Consequences of
Don't be taken away.
Will reshape the Middle East for a generation and send economic shockwaves around the world. You can respond with restraint and watch Iran demonstrate that it can impose significant costs on global commerce without paying a price that it considers unacceptable. You can try to thread a needle, a targeted limited strike on Iranian assets designed to impose costs without triggering escalation, and bet that Tehran's own calculations will lead it to absorb that strike and de-escalate rather than respond in kind. Or you can pursue a diplomatic track, which in this environment means trying to negotiate with a government that reads any offer of negotiation as a sign of weakness to be exploited rather than an opportunity to be seized. None of these options come with guaranteed outcomes. All of them carry significant risks. And the clock is ticking in a way that matters, because every day that the current situation continues, economic effects accumulate. Insurance costs for Gulf shipping have already risen to levels not seen since the height of the tanker wars in the 1980s. Several major shipping companies have announced that they are voluntarily rerouting vessels around the Cape of Good Hope rather than transiting the Strait, a route that adds weeks to delivery times and significant cost. Asian governments that depend on Gulf oil are beginning to make noise. The IEA has convened an emergency session. The G7 has issued a statement that is strong in its language and empty in its specifics, because there is no easy specific to reach for here. Meanwhile, in Iran, the narrative being managed for domestic consumption is a masterpiece of strategic communication. State television is showing images of the IRGC and Navy operating with precision and confidence. Commanders are appearing in public, calm and composed, using language about protecting Iranian sovereignty and responding to foreign aggression. The Supreme Leader has delivered remarks framing the current moment as a historic test of Iranian resolve and strength. The population that has spent years enduring economic hardship and international isolation is told that their sacrifice has not been forgotten. That the moment of reckoning is here. When was this created? It is moving it with the backbone that its enemies doubted it possessed. This matters because domestic politics is created. They are central to understanding how this crisis unfolds. Whether that gamble works in the medium and long term is a separate question. The history of authoritarian governments has all legacies to manage domestic content.
That's an old video. Oh, it says 2 days ago.
On the 28th of February 2026, the United States and Israel launched a coordinated series of strikes on Iran, killing the supreme leader and detonating a geopolitical powder keg that has been building for years. Within 48 hours, vessel traffic through the Straits of Hormuz collapsed by 70%. The world's single most important energy artery is now, for all intents and purposes, closed. And while politicians have spent the last year taking victory laps over falling inflation, a statistical mirage has been shattered by a $500 billion daily supply chain that no one in Washington has any plan of replacing. Today, we crack open the raw data behind Strait of Hormuz closure, expose exactly how this energy shock will reignite inflation, and reveal why the Federal Reserve is now officially flying blind. My name is Nick, and you're watching Point Bureau Finance.
All right, let's check in. Let's listen to this. It's going to be good.
To understand the sheer magnitude of what just happened, first, to understand why a narrow strip of water in the Persian Gulf has the power to send the entire global economy into a cardiac arrest. Think of the Strait of Hormuz as a main artery of the global industrial engine. Every single day, approximately 20 million barrels of oil flow through that corridor, and that is 20% of all the petroleum liquids consumed on this entire planet. It is more than 1/4 of all seaborne oil trade moving through a shipping lane that is just 33 kilometers wide.
Yeah.
Now, I know what you're thinking.
21 miles.
Now, I mean, record domestic production at 13.6 million barrels per day. Why should anyone in Kansas or Ohio care about a choke point halfway around the world? And this is precisely the narrative the mainstream media is selling, and it is a complete misreading of how global commodity markets actually work. Oil is a globally priced commodity. When you fill up at a gas station in Ohio, you are not paying for Ohio crude. You are paying the spot price for a global commodity. And when 20 million barrels per day get choked out of the global financial system, that spot price spikes everywhere, instantly, regardless of where your local refinery sources its crude. There is no domestic production shield and no American exception. As Clayton Siegel at the Center for Strategic and International Relations put it directly, quote, "Since oil is a global, fungible commodity, a disruption anywhere affects prices everywhere." And the disruption we are looking at right now dwarfs anything we've seen in living memory. The 1973 Arab oil embargo removed approximately 4.4 million barrels per day from global markets. It sent prices quadrupling, triggered the worst recession since the Great Depression, and permanently rewired how the world thinks about energy security. The Hormuz closure threatens 20 million barrels per day. And to put that into perspective, the current crisis is operating at a scale nearly 5 times larger than the most traumatic energy shock in modern history. And that is why Saul Kavonich at MST Marquee is calling this potentially 3 times the severity of the 1970s oil embargo combined with the Iranian Revolution. Or why Bob McNally at Rapedian Energy Group said plainly, quote, "A prolonged closure of the Strait of Hormuz is guaranteed global recession." Now, if we connect these dots to the Federal Reserve's impossible position, we need to talk about your financial safety. Because geopolitical shocks like this one have a history of destroying portfolios built on outdated assumptions. And the window to position correctly is always narrower than people think. And that is exactly why you should subscribe to the free Coin Bureau Finance weekly newsletter. Every week we break down the macro of everything. Okay, dramatic naval confrontation. The closure is being enforced by insurance underwriters in London. Following the US and Israeli strikes on the 28th of February, war risk insurers issued 48 to 72-hour cancellation notices for vessels transiting the Gulf. Marsh, the world's largest insurance broker, estimates near-term rate increases of 25 to 50% for any ship attempting to move through the strait. Before this crisis, the war risk premium for Hormuz transit was approximately 0.25% of a vessel's insured hull value. On a $150 million container ship, that was roughly $375,000 for a single transit. Post-crisis, these premiums have already doubled to 0.5% or more, meaning $750,000 per transit. Costs that get passed directly to the cargo owners as a war risk surcharge. CMA-CGM has already introduced an emergency conflict surcharge of $2,000 per 20-foot container. Hapag-Lloyd, MSC, and Maersk have all suspended transits entirely. And this reveals the deeper
$2,000 per every 20-foot container. You know how many containers are on these ships? Insane. Fucking insane. $2,000 per container. On the container ships, what is the number of containers on those massive ships do they carry?
The largest modern container ships can carry around 24,000 TEUs. Those are 20-foot equivalent units.
Multiply that by 2,000.
So if you take 24,000 containers and multiply by 2,000, you'd get 48 million. If you're thinking of weight, like 2,000 pounds per container, that would be 48 million pounds total.
Now I'm talking about they're charging an extra $2,000 per container on these ships. So you're saying that the insurance is going up, and that can't be right, going up $48 million to insure a ship with containers?
No, not exactly. If they charge $2,000 more per container, that would simply be revenue per container. Whether that's due to fuel, insurance, or other costs.
That's insurance. They're charging additional $2,000 per 20-foot container because of insurance. So wouldn't that be $48 million? Why is my calculation off?
The math itself is fine, but the reality is that not every container would see the same flat insurance increase. The final number depends on negotiated rates, routes, and risk factors. So while that's a theoretical maximum, it's not necessarily what's actually happening.
We're dealing with the Straits of Hormuz. That's crazy.
Mechanisms at work. It's not a naval blockade, but an insurance withdrawal, and the effect on cargo flows is identical. Right now, approximately 150 tankers are sitting at anchor in Gulf waters. 14 liquefied natural gas or LNG carriers have slowed or stopped near the strait. Around 170 container ships carrying 450,000 shipping containers are trapped inside the Persian Gulf with no exit. The waterway is not formally closed, but for every commercial operator that matters, it might as well be. Now, for the nations whose economies are directly wired to Gulf energy, this is not a distant abstraction. Saudi Arabia moves 5.5 million barrels per day through the strait, and that's 38% of total Hormuz crude flows. Iraq has no alternative but that route whatsoever. Neither does Kuwait, and neither does Qatar. Saudi Arabia and the UAE do have bypass pipelines with a combined capacity of roughly 3.5 to 5.5 million barrels per day. Against 20 million barrels of daily Hormuz transit, that covers at best 27% of the daily flow. The other 14 million barrels per day are physically trapped. Yes, 14 million barrels per day have no bypass, no pipeline, no reroute, nowhere to go. And on the natural gas side, things are arguably worse.
So think about it too. The other issue is storage, right? It's storage too. So if you're pumping and filling up, you're gonna have to turn off gas, and it takes a while to start this shit up. This shit is serious. I mean, this shit is gonna fuck up the world. Trump has fucked up the world. Yeah, he's fucked up the world majorly.
Exports approximately 9.3 billion cubic feet per day of LNG through the Strait, and Qatar Energy has now halted production entirely. European natural gas futures jumped more than 40% on Monday morning as a result, because Europe, which replaced Russian pipeline gas with Qatari LNG after 2022, is now staring at a second energy supply crisis in 4 years. Now, let's talk about what this actually does for your cost of living, because the transmission mechanism from an oil shock to grocery prices is faster and more brutal than most people might realize. As of January 2026, core producer prices in the United States were already running hot. A core PPI came in at 3.6% year over year, the highest reading in 10 months and more than double what many analysts were expecting on a monthly basis. And this data arrived before a single barrel of oil was disrupted by the current crisis. Producers were already facing mounting cost pressures from tariffs and supply chain friction. And now, on top of that foundation, we are about to pour a 10% oil price shock onto an already strained system. And here's how the plumbing works. Energy costs are woven into the price of everything that moves, everything that gets produced, and everything that gets packaged. Diesel is 37% of total US trucking operating costs. The moment that diesel spikes, freight surcharges get repriced weekly against the Department of Energy's benchmarks. Higher freight costs hit the retailers. The retailer, facing what amounts to a structural deficit in their margins, eventually passes these costs on to the consumer. Every $10 increase in the price of oil translates to a roughly 0.2% added to headline consumer prices. Brent crude jumped by more than $6 in 48 hours, and analysts at Barclays, UBS, and Wood Mackenzie are now all forecasting a path toward $100 per barrel or higher if disruptions persist. And that is a potential $30 price increase on recent baselines. Now, you don't need a calculator to see that this will show up at the checkout line. And the American consumer is entirely underprepared to absorb it. As we covered in our last deep dive on the stretched consumer, Americans now owe $1.28 trillion on their credit cards, a record that has never been breached since the New York Fed began tracking it in 1999. And the average interest rate on that debt is above 22%. More than half of all credit card holders are now using their cards to cover essential expenses like food, fuel, and medical bills. Since January 2020, food prices at grocery stores have risen 30% cumulatively, and beef is up 15% year over year just in January's data. Coffee prices are surging at nearly 4.5% annually. These are the stress fractures that existed before the oil shock actually arrived. In other words, the average US consumer is already running on empty, and now we're about to see a structural energy cost increase on top of everything they are already absorbing. And this creates what economists are calling a stagflationary environment, slowing economic growth paired with rising prices. And it's not theoretical. RBC Economics, RSM, and Apollo Global Management were all already using the phrase, quote, stagflation light to describe the US economy before the first missile was even launched. Q4 2025 GDP growth was a tepid 1.4% annualized. The core PCE was already running at 3%, well above the Fed's 2% target. The oil shock does not create a new problem. It catastrophically accelerates one that was already unfolding. Which brings us to the grim reality of where this all ends up. Because the Federal Reserve is now caught in one of the most vicious policy traps in its history. And to understand how dangerous that trap actually is,
Coin Bureau Finance talk on the what's going on with the straits and the economy and what's unfolding right now.
The Fed has no way to address. If the Fed cuts rates to protect the economy from a slowdown, and there is real pressure to do exactly that, then they risk embedding this oil inflation into the broader price level and repeating exactly what Arthur Burns did in 1974. However, if they hold rates high or raise them in response to the oil shock, they will crush the commercial real estate markets, tighten financial conditions into a slowing economy, and potentially trigger the very recession they were trying to avoid. The Fed cannot print oil, they cannot open the Straits of Hormuz, and they cannot simultaneously fight inflation and support growth when the source of this inflation is a geopolitical event with no monetary policy solution. They are...
Yeah, an event created by fucking Donald Trump, right? This is all fucking Trump doing, dude. Yeah, I've been the only solution, I'm telling you, this is what I'm predicting, W, right? W. And this is what I'm predicting, W. Can I call you W? I'm predicting this, W, that there's going to be so much fucking pressure placed on Trump that there's going to be calls for impeachment. Trump, I'm predicting Trump is going to get impeached because here's what's going to come down. You know, Japan gets like 90% of their oil, 80% of their oil from the Gulf region. So we're going to be hit hard. Japan is, and China gets 60%. Russia, the only person loving this is Russia. Kreshta, you know. So it's like Trump. It's like Russia said, yeah, attack the Gulf, and they're going, yeah, yeah, good. Russia's oil now, they're getting their barrels got up over $59. I mean, they're everyone's rushing to buy their oil. India's now back. Everyone's saying, "Now give us your oil," because we're fucking. That's our crack cocaine. Oil is our crack cocaine. Is democracy's crack cocaine. And guess what? Right? The number one supplier is been taken out by Iran. So this is what I think. I think things are going to get really bad. If Iran can keep the pressure on the straits and can keep boats not moving, because they've got drones. They want, I think, and if the moment you sink an American, if Iran can do a Ukraine, which is no reason, Iran is a lot more militaristic than Ukraine. You understand that? They've got drones. They're a drone supplier. They got unarmed. They've been thinking this. They've known about this power play. So it's not something that they're just like thinking about now. They've had 10 years or more, especially with Iran. What's going on with Russia, anti-drone? I mean, these guys are drone specialists. And hold on, I gotta focus here. I'm going here. I think I'm going here. Hold on, let me figure out where I'm going here. My solar panel one of my solar panels aren't working, so we need to go to the fucking people I bought it from and have them send out someone to come and check the solar panel. Half of our solar panel, we got only 2 units are working, 1 unit isn't. Hopefully it's an easy fix, but something is not working, and it's been 10 years. So need to buy insurance. So we're going to the place where we got them. What's up, Jay? Hey, Joe. Sorry I didn't know you were in here. I had it on the thing. So, you know, it's all coming down to whether you can get oil up and down. Trump knows it. I mean, it's 4 to 5 days now. 5 days. No traffic has come through the 5 days.
Most literal sense, flying blind. And the market knows it. Traders are pricing a 94% probability of no rate cut at the 17th of March meeting. The probability of a June cut has already collapsed. The closure of the world's most critical energy artery is not a localized geopolitical squabble between two countries with a long history of posturing. It's a systemic shock to the architecture of the global economy. By choking off 20 million barrels
of systemic shock of the global economic architecture. A systemic shock, meaning it hits everything. It's basically it's like punching capitalism and knocking out capitalism. He's like taking it in the floor. That's Don Quixote. Where the fuck is Hackman Bolt? Did I pass it? Hackman Bolt. I'm looking for Hackman Bolt. Hackman Bolt. Hackman Bolt. There's EDU. What the fuck is it? Where's Hackman Bolt? I must have passed it when I was fucking talking. There's McDonald's. Oh, fuck me. It can't be. Is it further down here? No, I got to turn in here. Hold on. Let me see where I can find this thing here. Let's take the back roads. I did miss it. I did miss it. I thought this was Hackman Bolt. This is Hackman Bolt. They changed their name. Okay. I don't know if they're open yet. Do I have anything? I don't know if they're open yet. All right, let's go. Let's turn this off here. This is the store. I don't know if they're open yet. I think they open at 10. I always forget. They fucking open up at 10. Shit opens up at 10 o'clock. Well, that one opens up at 9. What's this open up at? Doesn't open up till fucking 10 o'clock. Motherfucker. Japanese stores, dude. All right, let's go. Let's walk around here. They're open. They're open. We'll go to this. Let's go to this store over here and walk around. No, dude, I don't know. I don't know, guy. No. She's singing to herself. That girl's singing to herself. She's singing. This is open though. Let's go. Let's look at the plants. Maybe for my garden or something. Automatic. It's not on. It's not open. Oh, it smells good in here. Look. Golly, look, it's spending like $2 for a fucking plant. People growing. Those pretty flowers though. Where are the herbs? I always like the only plant I like to buy are herbs. Maybe this shit here. See if we can find the herb section. Look, Florida moss. Look at that. Fucking Florida moss. Dude, that shit. Dude, you guys want to import some Florida moss? You know how much this is? You know the shit that grows on the tree in Florida all over the place? This right here is $15. You guys want to do some business? Any Florida boys in here want to do some business? Want to get some? Want to ship me some Florida moss? We'll pretend it's. We'll pretend it. You know what we do is we ship some product and you use it as kind of stuffing, like it's packaging for it, right? We use it for stuff. Oh no, old man's beard. Is this what it's called? Old man's beard? No, old man's beard is a fungus. It's not old man's beard. Old man's beard is a fungus that grows. This isn't old man's beard. This is just air moss. I don't think it's old man's beard. No. Look how they did the flooring. It's actually kind of cool how they did the flooring. Look at all these discount. 500, goddamn, 500 yen. This shit's dead. That shit looks dead or diseased. Little cactus. Do you see any cactus here that is like a peyote or something?
I'm not seeing anything that resembles peyote specifically. Peyote's pretty distinct, usually with small rounded buttons. What I see here are more common decorative cacti, like golden barrels, mammillarias.
Any of these indigenous uses of these? Anything of these used is like peyote? Any of these used for ceremonies like that?
Most of the cacti you're seeing are common ornamental species, generally cultivated for home decor. They don't have that cultural or ceremonial significance like peyote.
Any of these here? How about these here? What are these here?
These ones look like some classic ornamental varieties. I see some with fuzzy spines, likely old man cacti, and a few small barrel types. They're mainly popular for display and not for any traditional or ceremonial use.
How about these here? What are these for? What are these?
These tall columnar cacti look like a species of cereus or possibly a trichocereus. They're usually grown as impressive ornamental plants. Some trichocereus species have traditional uses, but in a garden center context, they're simply decorative.
Yeah, but they're the same species, right? What would be the ceremonial context of the other ones?
Different cultures have different plants with significance. Peyote is famously tied to Native American spiritual practices, but it's unique. Other cacti like San Pedro have been used in Andean rituals. However, most of these garden variety cacti don't have that context. They're grown purely for aesthetics.
I'm not saying they have that context. I'm saying, is it the same plant?
They're related, but not necessarily the same. Some species of the Trichocereus genus, like San Pedro, are known traditionally, but not all columnar cacti are identical. Many are just visually similar and cultivated for homes.
Let's just try grok. All right, let me turn on the camera. Any of these cacti could be used, give you a buzz. All right, any of these cacti could be used in ceremony or have any indigenous ceremony uses.
Many cacti, particularly those in the peyote family, like Lophophora williamsi, have been used in indigenous ceremonies, especially by Native American tribes for spiritual and medicinal purposes.
Do you see any here, like these tall ones here? What are these tall ones?
The tall cacti in your image appear to be Euphorbia candelabrum, or similar species, which are not traditionally used in indigenous ceremonies. Peyote, Lophophora.
How about these? Any of them here? What about these here? You can see their names. Pulled up local rehab. No, didn't pull up local rehab. Just curious if they sell any plant.
Sure. The cacti in your image include Echinococtus grusoni, golden barrel cactus, and Mammillaria species. Neither of these is traditionally used in indigenous ceremonies. Peyote, Lophophora williamsi, is the primary cactus used in such contexts, but it's not present here. Would you like more details or other ceremonial plant options?
What are some of Dave McKenna's favorite plants that you can purchase in a flower store? Or it's not Dave McKenna. It's what was his name? These are khaki. Look at the khaki. These are grapes. Look at the grapes. Different grapes here. Blueberries, lemons. What the herbs are.
Might be referring to David Austin, the renowned rose breeder.
No, I'm referring to McKenna. He used to do a lot of mushrooms and stuff. He talked about plants, ornamental plants, which have ceremonial perspective. Mm. Yeah. Oh, here's some garden stuff. Onions. I should plant onions. You know what? We should get some onions. Little sprouts. You get a shopping cart. Let's get, what else we got here? The plant in the ground. Beans. Some lettuces here. I harvested so much lettuce last year. I, all right, let's get this here. Hey, I want to get you my. I'm gonna put it in the middle. Put it in the middle. Here. Yeah. Oh, okay. 9. Okay, hang on. 6. Okay. Okay. How's it going? Maybe she out there. Oh, damn. All right, fucking $15 for that little bit of shit, dude. I think I collected seeds. What did I do with my seeds? What did I do with the seeds for my plant?
You're referring to Terrence McGinnis, known for his work with psychoactive plants. In a flower store, you won't find many plants with ceremonial uses due to legal restrictions. But some ornamental plants with historical ceremonial significance include Salvia divina, though rare and regulated, and certain cacti like Echinopsis pachanoi, San Pedro, which might occasionally be available. These aren't typically sold in mainstream stores due to legal constraints. Would you like more information or alternative sources?
No, I'm good. $54. 6 minutes. 6 fucking minutes. God damn, Joe. My head's cold. Japan is going to be removing a lot of their vending machines. All these vending machines, they're going to be cutting them down. And they made the announcement on the news today. There's just not enough demand for them. I wonder if I can pick up a cheap vending machine then. I wonder if they'll be selling them. I'd like to buy a vending machine. Stick it out in front of my house. Nice, Joe. How have you been? I haven't seen you for a while. For a while. Still not fucking open. Everyone's sitting in their cars waiting 5 minutes. This guy, look, he's getting the vacuuming. Look, they're vacuuming. Checking. Well, it won't open early. Got 4 more minutes. God forbid we're early. Look at this doofus. Yeah, I can be out loud like, look at this doofus. Right? It was like my mother-in-law. We're all here lining up. The doofuses are all lining up, getting the fucking store early. 10 p.m. Isn't that ridiculous? Stores in Japan open up at 10 p.m. You know? Look, everyone's in their cars. Everyone's in their cars waiting. I calls everyone to come out because I stood here. Everyone came out early. We've got 3 more minutes. Hey, 8 p.m. How you doing? Well, this guy's looking at his clock. Come on, dude. You can look. He's there vacuuming. Look at this guy. He's vacuuming, looking at his clock. Look, he's got his clock up. He's making sure. Look at this guy. He's look. He's holding his fucking look. He's watching his clock to make sure he opens his goddamn door exactly at fucking 10 a.m. Look at him. Look at him, dude. Look at this Japanese dude. This is a worker. Look, he's there. He's making sure he's focused on the time. He does not want to miss opening his car. He's got his hand up there, he's checking every second to make sure that he's not going to be late. Every second he's there checking that time. That's Japanese for you. Yeah, technically it is, but he's got a mask on. It is illegal. Technically, it's illegal. You're not supposed to film people at all without their consent in Japan. You're right, Emma. But he's got a mask on. I don't think you can recognize who he is. So I'm making an exception. Usually that's why I film like on it. You're not supposed to. No. Look, he's double checking now. This guy is double checking. I'm gonna risk it. Look, he's double checking. He's got his phone. He's got his phone store number and his regular number. He's double checking just to make sure. Just to make sure that he opens exactly. Look, it's 9:59. It's 9:59. He's double checking now. Yeah, you shouldn't film people in Japan at all. Wow, there's lurkers. We got some lurkers in here. Look, it's 9:59. Look, he is paused waiting. He's making sure. Can't open it up on time. It's got to be exactly at 10 o'clock. There he goes. Exactly at 10. Ohayou. Good morning. I'm from New York. 日本は20円。奥さん日本人。子供日本人。20円。そう、福井住んでる。堺町。そう。もう一緒。そう。20円。長いね。そう。ニューヨーク最初ね。And then 日本ね。ね、すごい。上手。日本語は本当に難しいね。そう。お父さんお母さんは死んでる。終わり。友達になりたいね。お願いします。ね。メールか。メールか。メール書いてもらって。違いますね。でもは日本語を読んでないね。ちょっと難しいね。はい、ちょっと待って。He wants to be my friend. すいません。僕は顔はソロパー顔ね。今はちょっとこれちゃった多分。これ星はチェックする。僕の家のパネル、ソーラー、チェックお願いします。ほら、ここ顔。ちょっと待って。I want you to say in Japanese, I bought my solar panels here. One of the set aren't working. I need to have an inspector come out and figure out what's wrong. Say that in Japanese. Nothing else, just that. Little slow. Here, I'm going to flip through this phone. Oh. All right, you're my language bridge. You're my language bridge. I want you to say in Japanese. I purchased panels 10 years ago. They are currently, one set is not working. I need to have a technician come out and figure out what's wrong, why one of my sets isn't working. Say that in Japanese. They say that the panels were installed here, so I should be on file. I need to look up the purchase and then have an electrician come out and figure out. It's not about the panel, it's the connection. That's the issue.
パネルはここに設置されたので、私の購入記録が残っているはずです。購入履歴を確認して、それから電気技師に来てもらってほしいんです。問題はパネルじゃなくて接続部分なんです。
そうそう。アドレスは、ここでアドレス。アドレスね。
これわかります？
ちょっと待って。
はい。
So he's looking us up. He found us. He found us. So I'm where we bought the panels. We don't have insurance, but we got to. We're losing half our panels. I thought I took a picture.
発電しない。発電しない。
何？日本語どうぞ。
パネル発電しないのですか？
そうですね。
No, in English. If he speaks Japanese, translate. You're my language bridge. What did he say?
He asked, aren't the panels generating electricity?
Tell him we have 3 sets of panels, and 2 of them are, 1 isn't. Say in Japanese.
3セットのパネルがあって、2つは発電してるんですけど、1つだけ発電してないんです。
So green, so, and then some, so mitsu ne, so mitsu, okay, nai. Okay. I think it's a connection. I think it's a connection issue. There was lots of wind, and maybe it got pulled out. It could be a simple solution. Also, inquire. Maybe when they're there, they can clean them off. Hold on. He's at the controller right now.
Understood. I'll pause. Let me know if you need me to add anything.
All right, now go ahead and say, maybe when they check it, they can also clean the panels. I asked him to get a quote, how much that would cost.
チェックする際にパネルの清掃もお願いできるか聞いてみて、その費用の見積もりも出してもらってほしいです。
Yeah, it's just my brain. I've tried learning Japanese. My brain just refuses to learn. It's stubborn. My brain is stubborn. They offer free Japanese classes too. I should sign up and do another round of free Japanese class, like basic Japanese, and go through it all. Just to, I should do it all the time. Yeah. Probably going to cost a lot of money. wonder if these battery pack stuff is still good. The battery, I want to get battery packs, but they're these things here. Solar battery? Battery? Solar battery? Solar issue? これ違う。高いね。無理。These are the batteries here, I think. Yeah, this is what we have. This is like exactly our house. We got 3 panels, 1 set, 2 set. This 1 set isn't working. I think I'm gonna get one. Maybe I just pay $100 a month. This is like $80. This is like $80 a month. Get the biggest fucking one, or this one here. I don't want to give my fucking electricity to the grid. I'd rather save it and use it because they don't really pay us more. Head goes up.
連絡先、ここでいいのか。ここで。
He's asking, is this spot here okay? Likely referring to some location or setup.
He's talking about the name. I get talking about the phone number.
Ah, I see. If he's asking about the location of your details, explain that you're confirming your name and phone number are on file so they can contact you.
Yeah, he did. He found it.
Got it. If he's got your info, everything should be smooth. Let me know if you need me to translate anything else.
You know, we have power coming out of the wall socket. Could we use that power coming out of the wall socket to charge a battery set?
Yes, you can. If you have an inverter charger or a suitable battery charger, you can use grid power from the socket to charge your battery bank. It's just a matter of the right
And then
equipment
if I have that battery bank connected to the socket or to a regular socket, will that power the house?
Not directly. A battery bank alone needs an inverter to convert its DC power into the AC that your house uses. Once you have a proper inverter setup, yes, the battery can provide power to your home circuit.
What I'm saying is if I have an inverter and I charge up my battery bank and then I plug that inverter back into the socket, does that battery pack act as a source for the home power?
No, you can't just feed power back into a wall socket. That's dangerous and not how home systems are designed. Instead, you'd need a proper transfer switch or home battery system that safely integrates with your house wiring.
Okay. Hey, goes on.
はい。こちらの今サービスの方へ手配をしました。こちらの電話に連絡します。お客様の都合と 当社のサービスと連絡をして、で、日時、訪問日を確認してください。連絡します。あります。
He said that they
Go
will
ahead.
contact you at this phone number. Please coordinate your availability with our service and we'll confirm the date of the visit. I will contact you.
All right. Actually, I'm going to give him a different number. I'm going to give him my son's number because my wife's at work. So please use a different number, and he is home. Say in Japanese, I'm also interested in adding a battery pack for the house and getting installed and paying it off on the payment plan over there. Tell him I'd like a pack that is suitable for the size of the house so we can be more and more off the grid or more, so we can use the utilities we generate. Say that.
家にあったバッテリーパックの設置にも興味があって、そちらの分割払いで導入したいです。自宅の規模に合ったパックで、もう少しオフグリッド寄りに、つまり自家発電の電力をもっと活かせるようにしたいんです。伝えてください。
So so basically if the guy comes, let's do that too and plan that.
彼が来たら、そのバッテリーパックの計画も一緒に進めましょうと伝えますね。
はい。見積もり、バッテリー見積もりは、うちの方からまた別の人間が行きます。サービスマンでない営業マンが。それでまたそれは一応今、日にちの方を再度確認して別々になります。はい。
He said the battery estimate will be handled by a different person, not the technician, a salesperson. They'll confirm the date separately.
We're going to see our utility bills and shit go crazy. If I'm right, if this prolonged event happens and gas hits, in the 150s, 200 mark, you're going to see your utility bill go out the roof. So I'm going to go ahead and I've been thinking about this. I'm going to go ahead and get this battery pack installed in my house so we can be off the grid and we can use that in anticipation that things are going to get very bad. It generates 78% of the power that we use. So, but what happens is when we're not using the power, it gets sold off. I'd rather when we're not using the power, we collect that power and then we end up, using it. So I think if there's ever a fucking time to buy a wall unit and install it in the house, now's the time to do it. The solar panels generate 78% of our utilities generated. But here's the deal. What happens is when it's over 100%, it's feeding to the grid, right? And then at nighttime when we need it, that's the 78%. I think if I add a battery pack, we'll be completely off the grid because we only use, we're at nighttime when the grid's not on is when we're paying for the utility, right? And that could be storing up during the day because, on it. Does that make sense? Our entire roof is covered with solar panels. I didn't realize literally, I told my wife to get solar panels and she fucking got them all. I mean, it's the entire roof. I mean, you can't fit any more solar panels. We got that one roof kind of slightly on an angle, which is perfect for the angle of the sun. And we get the sun. I mean, the sun is the shape of the roof, and because it's flat, we don't have like a double. We don't have like a roof like this. We just have like this, right? And it's pointing the right direction. Yeah. Okay. Right.
OK。
Yeah, so this is,これです。ね、これ、ね、78%、78%ね。So, I think これはね、こっちね。
なるほど。
どっち。
発電
トータルね。
バイデンがこれか。バイデン123。バイデンやから、発電消費バイデン。123これバイデン販売、ね、この分はここに
そう、ね、そう多分ここ多分、はい、これ7、多分ね、
ここだね。
I'm at the power place. I'm buying. I've been wanting to buy power plant. You know, like the battery packs for my solar, because right now we're selling back to the grid, and so I think now is the time, because of what's happening in Kuwait or whatever, in Iran war, in anticipation that shit's gonna go crazy. I'm going ahead. I'm here booking a sales guy to come up and install wall units for our house. Because here's the deal: if thing hits, you know, and power has been going up and up and up in Japan anyway. In Japan, it needs 90% of their needs from there. So we could have a bad situation in Japan. Does that make sense? Hey. Hey, arigatou gozaimasu. Hey, arigatou gozaimasu. Hey, mata ne. All right, we're going. Let's get out of here. Oh, Mikey needed a keyboard. I wonder where the computers are. I want a keyboard. Let's go find a gaming. Where the fuck is the computers in this place? Downstairs. We're at the shopping place here. Look at all the people, dude. Japan is full of empty stores. Everyone. Series 11. Keyboard. Oh. See the keyboard. Keyboard. There's gaming. Gaming keyboard. I gotta pee. I gotta pee. Oh, this is cool. Like a little monitor thing. Double monitor stand. Look at that. Kind of cool. Monitors. Mikey, tell me what's good on a monitor. This is, oh, look at this. Look at this. This is a computer on the back of a monitor. Isn't that cool? Little computer. Little box, little cube. Little cube right here. What the fuck, dude? The cube. That's kind of cool. Where they sell SSD, micro SD. What's up? What's up, AGI? Allah Akbar. I don't think you're Muslim. I don't think you're Muslim. So cheap now. Look at memory, dude. You can buy just a little SD card, plugs in. $500. And then buy. That's pretty cheap. It's 250 gigs. I don't know if Mikey needs more than that. 500 gigs. That's SSD. How does this plug in? It's external. No, it's just for pictures. That's all right, man.
I see two Buffalo SSDs here. The first one is a stick type 1 TB model with read speeds up to 430 megabytes per second. The second is a 500 gigabyte professional edition portable SSD with read speeds of about 1,050 megabytes per second.
Yeah, we need
Difference
to.
is capacity and speed.
We need, but for this here, we need a special USB port, right? We need to make sure we have the USB 3.2, right?
Yes, for that faster professional edition SSD, you'll want a USB 3.2 Gen 2 port or higher to achieve those speeds. If you only have older ports, it will still work, but at slower speeds.
So how about the first one?
The first first one, the stick-type SSD, will run fine on more common USB 3.0 or even 2.0 ports. It'll just be capped by the port's maximum speed. But it's less demanding, so you're more likely to hit its top speeds.
How about like for gaming and stuff, like loading games? Is it too slow for that or no?
For gaming, that stick-type SSD will still be decent. Loading times will be faster than a typical hard drive, but it won't match the top-tier speeds of that faster drive. If you're fine with a bit of extra load time, it's still a solid choice. If speed is critical, the faster drive will be worth it. This one's a smaller 250 gigabyte model, also a stick-type SSD. It's designed for mobile backups, phones, tablets, and PCs. The speeds are roughly 600 megabytes per second read and 500 megabytes per second write, so it's still faster than a traditional hard drive. It's lighter on capacity, but if you only need a bit of space and flexibility, it's a handy option.
Could I run a model on it? Could it hold a model on this thing?
It could hold a model, yes, but the key limitation is its size. 250 gigabytes might be fine for smaller or medium models, but large AI models could eat that up quickly. If your model is compact or you're just storing it for deployment, it'll handle it fine. If you anticipate large-scale models or expansions, you'll want more
So
capacity.
I was wondering, could I run a model on the stick that's connected to my phone?
Technically, yes. If your phone supports external storage and you have the right app or environment, you can load a model from external storage. But performance will depend on your phone's processing power, not just the SSD. As long as your phone and apps are compatible, the SSD can act as the storage source.
Trying to figure out what I want to get here. Do I want to go with the terabit SSD for 21, or it seems like you get extra? I think this is the better deal. If you look at these two here, all right. If you look at these two here, this one is 19. Oh, I guess it's 19 verse 21, right? So for the extra, for the extra $20, literally it's extra $20, you're going to get an extra 500 gigs. So it seems like this is a better buy, right? Than that. Because it's a 500, you're paying 19, right? Or for the extra, really the extra $20. I think we get this. And then Mikey's got plenty. Then my son has plenty of memory for his games and stuff, because the PC doesn't have enough memory. What's an NVMe? What's an NVMe? Terabyte, not terabit. What's an NVMe? External hard drive? Not get a stick one? What's the difference between an NVMe and these sticks?
These sticks stick-style SSDs are typically SATA-based or lower-end USB SSDs, not NVMe. NVMe drives are significantly faster and typically use M.2 form factors inside PCs or specialized external enclosures. For running models fast, if you really need speed, NVMe drives outperform these sticks by a wide margin.
So they're the internal drives, right? That plug into your computer.
Exactly.
Do they tend to be cheaper or more expensive?
NVMe drives tend to be more expensive per gigabyte compared to basic SATA or USB stick-style SSDs. You're paying for that speed boost. If performance is key, NVMe is worth it. But if you're on a budget or just need storage, the stick-style SSDs are cheaper.
Yeah, I have a PC. It's cheaper to go this route.
If you're comfortable.
I don't think it's going to affect his gaming at all.
For everyday gaming, it likely won't be a deal breaker. Games will still load faster than any hard drive. You just won't hit top-tier speeds, but it'll be absolutely playable.
Yeah, I have a desktop, dude. I'm talking about my son's desktop. It doesn't have he only has a 250 gigabyte thing, so I'm just going to go and get this thing.
That makes sense. If he's running low on internal space, adding this external SSD is a practical boost. It'll give him plenty of extra room, and for the price, it's a straightforward upgrade.
And I can always use it for and then I can repurpose it. It'll be fine. Right. Okay.
がとうございます。こちらレシートと、こちらがメーカーの保証明細ですね。あとね、サインだけちょっとお願いしたいんですけど、いいですか？これカードのご利用表と、こちらがサインをお願いします。フルネームでお願いします。はい、ありがとうございます。こちらレシートです。
はい、ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Did you get my thing? Can you hear me now? It was Windows 11. Windows 11 is what I use to talk with AI. I use my mute button on my headset, so I have it running. I just hit the mute and then talk to it. I need to find it. All right, let's go. All right, Mikey gotta. Let's put him. All right, gotta get home.
I think what Iran has to do is survive. If Iran survives, they will be victorious. And they're dealing right now with the United States Armed Forces and the Israelis, who are effectively waging a campaign that is designed not just to decapitate the state, in other words, eliminate the leadership, but to destroy the society, to cause it to disintegrate.
Yeah, see, the thing is, here's the deal that you guys got to realize, all right? You have to realize that from the point of view of Iran, from the point of view of, of what's happening, you know what they look at? They look at Gaza. They look at what fucking happened to Gaza. Now, let me ask you this. If across the border you saw what happened to Gaza and now you see the same motherfuckers coming for you, how would you fight? How would you fight? How would you fight if you see Satan? Understand, we are Satan to them, right? We are the literal embodiment of Satan. These Shiite Muslims are the ones that believe in blowing themselves up. They believe in taking down World Trade Centers. The reason why the World Trade Center was taken down was because of actions that Israel took. The guys who flew in the plane were directly impacted by Israel's actions and they were retaliating, right? This is what we've ignited. There's 90 million of these people. And now, we're coming to destroy them, to destroy their way of life. We are the Satan coming in to destroy them, right? And that's how they see it. They're going to fight like tooth and nail because they saw what happened to Gaza, right? They saw what happened. It's not going to be an easy fight. Trump has fucked us. Trump has fucked the economy. Trump is, the oil is, you're going to see go up and up and up. And these individuals have massive amounts of drones, they want U.S. naval ships to escort They become sitting ducks. You know, my dad went to Annapolis. Something about sailors, they don't want to go through straits. They don't want to go through a point which is only 22 miles and they can see them. They want to be out in the open where you don't know where we are. We're obscuring with radar. Never want to be in eyesight. It's asking for naval suicide. No captain of any fucking American military ship wants to escort other people's oil, Chinese oil, Japanese oil. You're effectively a fucking Uber. We're asking for our captains, highly trained, our naval officers, to become Uber drivers, right? They want us to be overtime. We are going to get fucking crushed, dude. We're going to get crushed. And Islam they have billions of followers for Islam, but these are Shiite. You have to understand the Shiite they believe in martyrdom. They believe in jihad, right? The Muslims, like Saudi Arabia Muslims that control, are not Shiite. They're not religious. They believe in wealth. They believe in making money, right? They're the ones. They're two different Muslim groups. It's kind of like the fundamentalists, like our Christian fundamentalists that are running our country right now, and our regular Christians, right? The Sunnis, thank you, the Sunni. Shiite and the Sunni. They're Sunni, aren't they? And the other ones are Shiite. I always get it. I'm dyslexic, so.
It's really what they want to do. If they can do to Iran what they failed to do to Russia, and Iran fragments, then they can exploit the oil resources as they wish. Ideally, they'd like the Iranians to capitulate and then to accept a puppet regime that reports to Israel, that is subordinate to Israel. Israel is the beachhead, so to say, for the control over the region. I don't think it's going to work, and I think a great deal of punishment can be meted out to Iran for some period of time. But there are already people in Washington who are claiming victory, who are saying that they have defeated the air and missile defenses and they can now attack at will, and it is simply a matter of time until the Iranians are exhausted. I'm not sure I buy that. I just don't know the details. I think what we've seen thus far is that we have been unable to prevent the missiles from penetrating all of the air and missile defenses in Israel and in the Gulf. If I were living in UAE right now, or Qatar, or any of these places, the first question I would ask is, why do we want these Americans in our countries anymore? Look what's happened to us. They haven't been able to protect us, and yet they said they would protect us. This is the sort of thing that we don't think about in the West, but I think that's something that is on people's minds in the Gulf. Israel is in a different position. For Israel, this is a do or die proposition. Either they're victorious and they establish their hegemony over the region, or they are defeated and potentially destroyed. The United States is simply doing what the Israelis wanted to do.
I think that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit. There's no evidence that anyone has tried to destroy Israel. There's absolutely no evidence. There's absolutely no evidence. Israel's been the aggressor. Israel has bought our politicians. Sounds like Israel's bought this motherfucker, right? It's not about hegemony. It's not about survival. It's about other people's survival, right? Look what, it's been on the books. Dual state has been on the books. Not greater Israel, dual state is what's been on the books. And, yeah.
Their principal opponent. Although keep in mind, Eddie, that the Israelis have already within the last 2 weeks identified Turkey, or Turkey as people like to call it, as potentially an even more dangerous enemy than Iran. And so many of us have begun to think that if we are successful in destroying Iran, that Turkey will be the next on the menu, because the Israelis will want to destroy them. Now, they've recently called up 100,000 men in the Israeli armed forces from the reserves, and they are now invading Lebanon again. How far do they plan to go? To the Litani River or all the way to Beirut? I don't know. I know that at least one Merkava Israeli tank was destroyed by Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is obviously fighting. They're launching missiles and rockets at Israel, and they are fighting against the Israeli army as it moves up through the country. There are a lot of things happening that nobody's reporting right now. Right now, the CIA and the Mossad are trying to put together an invasion of Iran by the Kurds. They're trying to persuade the Kurds in northern Iraq and in Syria to organize for an invasion of Iran. And they're promising the Kurds a state of their own if they are successful and do so. Now, this is very threatening.
I don't know. I don't think the Kurds are going to buy it. How many times do you fuck over? How many times does the Kurd get fucked over until they believe this shit, dude?
Turkey or Turkey and Iran, because that state would be composed of territory that is partially Iranian and partially Turkish. So there's a lot going on, and the fact that we are encouraging this right now leads me to believe that the air and missile campaign is not quite as successful as advertised.
Listen to your voice singing any song.
Yeah, and the other thing is Trump has kicked all these people out. I mean, look what Trump did with immigration, guys. Look what Trump did. He kicked out the Kurds. He kicked out all the people that helped us during the Iraq War. All those people have been kicked out of the country. We've reneged on our America has no. There is no honor, right? America has no honor. America has no. What we say doesn't mean shit anymore. Our word is no longer our bond. Our word in America is just a lie because we put a liar in charge. We don't have anyone with integrity. America becomes what the leader is. Trump has zero integrity, zero, and no one has. And look what's happening with Kristi Nome. Look how she was stealing, created a company, gave like $200 million to a company. Everyone is just grifting America. It's all these individuals now are just running. Everyone is just running and grabbing as much dollars they can. It's just sick, dude. America has just become a cesspool in regards to our honor, our integrity. The most integrity I saw was the Marine officer who ended up,
both Turkey or Turkey
having his
and
elbow
Iran,
dislocated.
because that state would be composed of territory that is partially Iranian and partially Turkish. So there's a lot going on, and the fact that we are encouraging this right now leads me to believe that the air and missile campaign is not quite as successful as advertised.
No.
And, the last time we spoke, you were making a very profound point about the power that the Israeli lobby has in the United States.
Incredible power.
And that this, this backing up of Israel in its objective, as you call it, is do or die objective by U.S. military power. It's not popularly supported. Is that changing, or is it still very unpopular amongst ordinary Americans?
Well, without traveling across the country, I have to rely on the polls. I did travel recently, but not after the war had begun. My suspicion is that Americans are not supportive of it. And as we were talking earlier, if you go back and look at polling data, the overwhelming majority of Americans were opposed to involving ourselves in the first.
Yeah, let's look at this. All right, so in Texas, it was what's her name? The black woman. What's her name? What's her name? Not Candace Owen. What's the Democratic black woman who just lost the primary? What's her name? Big back boot, the bleach bad butch blonde. Crockett takes money from Israel. Thank you. Crockett takes money from Israel. She lost to a guy who is completely outspoken, anti-Israel, first time running. So someone who's already in Congress, who's known as a Democratic fighter, just lost to someone who is blatantly against Israel. right? He was blatantly against. His whole campaign was anti-Israel. That was his campaign. And she's got Israel. She had more money. They even tried to block him, which helped him. They tried to block him on was it Kimmel, or I can't remember who it was. I think it was Kimmel. Some late night show. Everyone, basically, if you go out and being a negative, anti-Zionist, anti-Israel, anti-fucking this PAC money, you're going to win at this stage. Everyone needs to be running. If you're in local government, we need to do the same thing. We need to be having people running. Run for your local mayor, for your dog catcher, and just be anti-Israel. That's all you need to be. Anti-Israel. I'm not gonna take money for dog catching. Right? Run for your lives. James. That's it. I know, dude. My hair grows back fast. Goes back fast. I just shaved it like just last week. What's up, James? You got a new account? Listen to this guy.
War. We did not support a war against Germany and Austria-Hungary. Again, in 1939, 40, and 41, we were opposed to war against Germany. The only reason we ended up being drawn into the war against Germany is because the Japanese bombed us. And Hitler stupidly declared war on us. If he hadn't done that, it would have been very difficult to persuade Americans to go to war against Germany. And that's not surprising. Just as we have millions of people of Irish Catholic ancestry, we had millions and millions of people of German ancestry. And people were not supportive of these wars. Today, I think the situation is not very different.
I've got the image, Times. I've got the image on, if you go to Antifa, look at my shorts. I got the image up there. You know, that guy who broke his arm got 700,000 from AIPAC. AIPAC, all is Israeli. What do you mean, which guy? His name, the guy who broke his name is, if you type in S-H-E-E-H-Y, Sheehy, Tim Sheehy. Type Marine Tim Sheehy, you'll see the video. Sheehy, S-H-E-E-H-Y, Sheehy. Yeah, that guy's a legend. He's a millionaire, dude. He's gonna make so much money. I bet he has so many attorneys calling him, going, "Hey, I want to sue you for free, no cost." Suing. They're gonna sue. That guy's gonna get sued. He's gonna, and then I mean that video is so horrific, dude. It's like a lawsuit. 700,000. Not 70,000, 700,000, nearly $1 million. Yeah, that's how much he's giving. That's how much he's been given. $700,000. for his campaigning. Yeah, anyone getting money from AIPAC. AIPAC is starting to make other organizations to hide the money now. They know they're so
sick of all the interventions from Vietnam to the interventions in Latin America.
He's a senator. He's a senator. The guy's a senator. His name's Tim Sheehy. AIPAC's paid him over $700,000. The guy was saying, was attacking Israel lobby in the Congress guy was there. They got thrown out. They grabbed him. His hand got stuck behind the door, and then they like 5 guys were pulling on him, and they dislocated his elbow. You could hear it crack. So go just look it up on the video. Yeah. And he's gonna get millions, dude. That guy's gonna get millions. That senator's gonna get sued. The police, everyone. Oh, there was like 5 guys ripping on him. Every single one of those motherfuckers getting sued. Dude, that guy is like, hey, be Antifa. That guy's proud Antifa Marine, dude. Antifa, holding up, being Antifa. No one wants to go to, fight for Israel. That was his. No one wants to fight for Israel. Guys, like 1 guy, 5 guys is holding on, shouting. No one wants, even though his arm's about to get ripped off. He's about ripped off his arm. And the guy, even after his arm went crack, was like hitting on the guy. They were so fucking in their moment. And then they're like, oh shit, oh shit. It's like, get your arm out of there. Yeah. Yeah, he was actively involved. Actively involved, that bitch. He was actively involved. All caught on film. That's why they hate cameras, dude. They hate fucking cameras. It wasn't the senator. The senator broke his arm. It was the Marine speaking out against him. The guy campaigns. These are campaign contributions, James. It's contributions. It's called campaign. It's called dark money. It's called, special interest groups. Israel runs AIPAC. It's a special interest group, right? They're all pro-Israel. All these fuckers, dude. He's paying them to carry his terms. To be pro-Israel, to send them more money. They send them like billions of dollars from the Senate. And then they turn around and pay off politicians with the money. It's like we send them money, and then they turn around and use that money we send them. We use U.S. tax dollars to pay off senators to send them more money. But then it's like this gravy train. So what do you understand? No. The Marine was speaking out against AIPAC. He was screaming. If you listen to the video, it's on Antifa and Antifa FM shorts. Check out Antifa FM shorts. Here, I can probably play it. There you go. Listen.
No one wants to fight for Israel.
Listen.
His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel.
Do you hear the cracking? His hand is.
No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His his hand. Oh,
You see his elbow? See his elbow?
no one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand.
See, what happens is, you know those doors lock, right? Those heavy ass fucking doors, they're massive. They're really heavy. So when they were fighting him, he had his hand behind. If you notice, they opened the door. He had his hand behind the door. The door squeezes his hand, trapping his hand. He couldn't pull his hand out. The door trapped his hand. And then they're yanking, so his wrist is around that, and they're just in his hold. The door is like a angle, and it dislocated his elbow. I mean, they practically just fucked his elbow up. I got a fucked up elbow. That's gotta be, he's in a cast, probably surgery, God knows what. I mean, that's probably surgical, something expensive. But he's got TRICARE. He'll be good. He's got TRICARE maybe if he's retired. That'd be Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. That's Mr. Brown. It's Mr. Brown right there. What do you think, Mr. Brown? What do you think? What are you thinking? That's Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown is watching. He's smiling at all you dumb fucks. Smiling at you. Oh, my right shoulder. Look, he's peeping. He's peeping at you. He's peeping. Oh, it's that times. That fucking clip is viral, dude. That clip is fucking viral. That guy, you're gonna see that guy on the mainstream. That guy is gonna be interviewed, right? That guy, he's gonna he should write a book, We need to make a, JS, are you in here? We need to make a song about that guy. Nobody wants to fight for Israel song. Dude, JS, where are you? Make a song, get it on the radio. Now he's always peeping on me. He's not quite close enough to kiss me. Not quite close enough. He's in the back seat. No, we'll try. Oh, look, JS is lurking in here. Are you getting your musical? I'm gonna have to do, maybe I have to make a song. I haven't made a song in a while. I'm gonna have to make a song. Maybe I should make the song, JS. You got your plate full, JS. You don't have time to make a song. You're too busy. You got a fucking musical you're working on, JS. Working on that damn musical. Oh, you're sick. What are you sick with? What happened? What's he doing? Raking out. This is my father, this is father's land. He's like, why is this guy checking me out? He's guessing part of the co-op. That's my rice field. Like, what's that fucker doing on the rice field? He must be running the co-op. Oh, we need to go to the, I need to go and plant my potatoes and get these onions in the ground. I have a question. I'm growing daikon. I was thinking if I cut all the green leaves off, won't the energy go into the growing the size, or does it not? This guy needs a... Oh, cutting the tree down.
No. Cutting the leaves reduces root growth. Reason, plant physiology. Leaves equals photosynthesis, produce sugars. Those sugars are sent down into the root, the daikon you eat. If you remove the leaves, the plant loses its energy factory. Result, the plant stops enlarging the root. Growth slows or stalls. What actually makes daikon larger? 1. Healthy leaves left intact. 2. Loose deep soil. 3. Consistent water. 4. Spacing 10 to 15 centimeters between plants. 5. Cool temperatures. Exception, if a few outer leaves are damaged, trimming them is fine. But removing most foliage, smaller daikon. Short rule, more leaf surface equals more sugar equals bigger root.
AI automate, AI automate,
Should I take off 1 year now or after?
My opinion is this, is that, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. You're going to go through school, and then all of a sudden the same thing's going to happen, and you're then going to run to try to find, you're going to have the pressure to find a job. Okay? So I think you're young right now. I mean, I guess you got summer holidays and stuff, you can do stuff, but you're when do you have to start school? You have to start, but you could start next year. You don't have to start this year.
Yeah, but I gotta have permission for that, and it takes like a month to get the permission.
Well, this is what I'd say is like, hey, I'm really interested in entrepreneur, right? I also want to, work on, I don't know who's reading it. So a lot of it comes down to the person reading it, what they feel about, I want to grow. I've been going to school, practice my English, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what you want. I don't know. I guess I would craft the mess. You would have to think about how we craft the message, how you want to present it, to take a year off. Things may get really bad because of this event going on. This Iran war is a major thing. Here's what I'd love. I'd love for us to try to work every day and work on, starting your own business, right? And learn as much as you can with AI automation, AI, understand. I don't know what they offer at the university here. Right now is such a golden age right now for AI. You're never, a year from now, if AGI, they may not give you the power, like the tools and everything we have right now. Right now, we have all these companies rushing, so they're trying to outdo each other. So we've got this massive advantage right now. The other thing too is especially in the Japanese market here, no one understands AI out here, right? So you can position yourself as an expert. I think you should. Your mother is best friends with the CEO of a former top company in Japan. I mean, Sakai Obex is huge, right? I don't know, I said, you should intern and learn what it's like to be a CEO. She's friends with the CEO. Hey, I want to, learn what it's like to be in management. I want to understand, here's the problem is you need to find out what it is that you love and you're passionate. Okay, I love entrepreneur, I love AI, I love the freedom, right? I like the fact that I don't have to work for anyone. And I think you should take a year off to explore that. What it is that you're passionate about. And I think that's the message. Like, I want 1 year. I've been going to school. This would be my letter and how I would explain it. I've been going to school since I was 0, Hoyquin, elementary. Now, I want to spend 1 year to figure out what I'm passionate about so I know what courses to take. That's the angle, Tommy. Does that make sense? No?
That's not gonna work.
That's not gonna work?
No,
Why not?
I don't think so.
Why not? Huh? I want to
because they talking about we have passion about something beforehand.
How are you supposed to have that passion beforehand?
I don't know, but there's a lot of courses, right?
Yeah. So you want to know what it is that you love. I want to intern.
Go.
I want to do some internships and learn about different companies, technologies. How are you supposed to know what you're passionate at 18 years old?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think that if you say, I think that's very mature. Like, hey, I want to find out a gap year. We call it a gap year, right? It's called a gap year. And work on your English, work on but every day, your mother said something which is right on. Every day you don't get the time back. Every day, whatever you do or don't do, time is gone. So every day you need to think of every day as you've got 12 hours or 10 hours to work on the thing that you're passionate about. And you don't get that time back. So what it is. So I think, my opinion, but it's ultimately your choice. My opinion is you take off a year and you figure out, whether it's us working together, starting your company here, right? As a AI automation. God damn it. Because there's so much. You need to research like how AI could affect a restaurant. You need to understand how AI is being used in restaurants, how AI is being used in any business, right? And understanding, and the only way you do that is spending time researching, and then and I think the key is can we talk to 100 companies and say, I want to do you a free AI assessment, all right, to how to make your company better with AI. You figure out, you work with AI to figure out the questions, what they would be for each industry. You research how AI is impacting that industry, which is already in America, right? Japan is just backwards, it's slow. And then you work, and you've already built app, so you go know the basic process. And it could be like, do you have a web page, right? A lot of these companies don't even have a web page, like this service. But the key, the hardest thing is getting to the decision maker. You need to get to the satchel, right? That's the hardest thing. And that's where it kind of goes around to your mother is, Sakai Ovex, they need AI. So that's, if you could figure out, if you could get in there because your mother's and I don't know who it's crazy that they're so backwards. So crazy. So I my recommendation is take a gap year, at least ask for it. They say no, but these universities are hurting. The universities in Japan are closing. They don't have the students. They need students, so they may deny because they just want your money. They want you to pay. They want you in there. And but then the most important thing, you have to make everything you do at university focused on AI. I don't care what it is that you do, it's how AI affects that. That has to be your thinking, right? Because there is no jobs now outside, especially information, right? The most unemployed white person is a college graduate in America. Did you know that? The most unemployed individual in America is the college graduate. It's better for you to go learn to be an electrician. They're building data centers. Go learn to be an electrician, right? How to put wires together, right? Or be a plumber, how water works and all that stuff. Those are actual skills, and I've got a house you can practice on. I've been wiring it up. You know, that's the other thing we should, you know, explore. Look at these fuckers doing. Come on, bring your big ass fucking car down here. And I got a nod on that. For the, yeah, physical trades, electrician, there's so much money. Electrician, if you want guaranteed work, you know, cha-cha, carpentry, guaranteed work, carpentry, electrician, plumbing. You don't need a degree for any of that. Take a year off and learn a trade. Learn, you know, I would spend like a month with cha-cha. What is it like to be a carpenter? Hang out with your uncle for a month, you know? Learn that. Do I like that? Oh, this is fun, you know? And just be there. You could just, you know, drive around with him, get up in the morning and see what it's like to be a carpenter. You've got another cousin who's an electrician. Now, am I driving up or dropping you off here?
You're fine.
Am I waiting for you?
No, you can go back.
When are you going to be done?
I don't know, so you can just go back.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, think about that.
All right.
Yeah, he's 18 years old. Now he's like figuring out what he wants. I didn't have anyone. My dad never fucking talked to me like this. You know, it was go to university. I was like, you know, I went into university. I went in as electrical engineering. Oh, I had this idea, electrical engineer. Yeah. I'm not sure in Japan if electrical, I don't know if they have a degree in Japan. It could be all trade here. I don't know. But the thing is that my son has access to people in the trade, right? His mother's cousin's ex-husband is an electrician. My wife's brother is a carpenter. So he needs to go work, you know. He needs to get out. I'll take a year off, would be my thing. I don't know, what do you guys think? How was my pet talk? How was my pet talk to my son? You know, I'd like him to work with me. Get up every day and we'll launch a Japanese company here, and he's the worker. I'm just the brains and a little bit of the money. But tell him how to do, I know how to do sales. I know how to, you know, I know how to do startups. So I'm there. Now the Republican Party now is the MAGA Party. The Republican Party is dead. The Republican Party doesn't exist anymore. Names. It doesn't exist. It's been murdered. The Republican Party has been murdered. We're gonna go to I'm gonna go out to my their work ethic in Japan is crazy. It's really crazy. Crazy. I mean, teachers go to work at like 7 in the morning and get off at 9 p.m. at night. Teachers. So if you want to be a teacher in Japan, that's the kind of work, right? Incredible work ethic. So No. There's just MAGA now. There is no Republican Party anymore, man. There's no Republican Party. Republican Party is gone. As long as there's Trump, you know, they're supporting a pedo in office, right? Supporting. Yeah, but do you vote for any Republicans, dude? If you're voting for Republicans, you know, it's like even Nick Fuentes said he's voting Democrat. Nick Fuentes, the Nazi. Yes, I'm voting Democrat. I vote Democrat. I've been voting Democrat since fucking Trump got in that house. Dude, I'm not gonna vote for any of these motherfuckers, dude. And that's the problem. You gotta vote. You gotta vote these fuckers out. You gotta vote Trump out. It means voting against. You have to think. You have to have the mindset. The GOP is dead. There's MAGA, and there's MAGA. There's a fascist organization. MAGA is fascist. A cult fascist organization. That's what MAGA is. A cult. A fucking cult. And there's no GOP anymore. There's no GOP. It's just another word for MAGA. World War III, you mean? World War III. We're in World War III. But that infidel, that's the thing is that there is no my argument is there's no Republican Party now. They're owned by AIPAC. They're owned by fucking MAGA. Unless you I mean, look at who is the military guy with the patch on his eye? Who was that guy? Right? Who was that guy? Who was the guy with the patch on his eye? He just got primaried by a crazy Republican. Yeah, Crenshaw just got primaried too. Crenshaw lost to a crazy MAGA dude, from what I understand. The guy's hardcore MAGA. They're hardcore. Yeah, Crenshaw. He just lost. He's gone. I mean, there is a good chance that it could swing completely blue. Everyone needs to be voting against the Republican Party. I'm sorry. I was lifelong Republican. My dad was. You know, I'm for small government. Get your fucking filthy hands out of the states. Look what he's doing. He's federalizing the elections. That is so un-Republican. Federalizing the fucking elections? Are you fucking shitting me? And all these fuckers are agreeing with this shit? States' rights. I mean, all these people, all these individuals were like, oh, Second Amendment, state rights, no big oversight government. Look what we're doing. We've got the 14th largest fucking internal army on the planet. It's called ICE. The 14th largest, right? The 14th largest army is ICE. $170 billion. They're just throwing, you know, they're buying warehouses that are, you know, for like double the price just because they have that money. They're just paying people. Oh yeah, we're gonna buy it. It's sickening, dude. It's sickening. It's really is sickening. Right? It's sickening what they're doing. I mean, you can't even wrap your fucking head around what $170 billion is, dude. I mean, the estimate, like this warehouse is worth $60 million. They paid $129 million for it. What the fuck, dude? You know, they're just spending. They got all this money, and look at they needed this service, and what's her name? She made the company 8 days and awarded a company. Dude, no one, I mean, if you've worked anything with federal, you know, oversight and trying to get bids, all someone makes a company 8 days before the thing and gets it, and only 4 people could apply for it. I mean, what the fuck, dude? If they're all just grifting America taxpayers. You know, the fact that the Republicans aren't calling for the impeachment of Trump after he sues the fucking the IRS, you know, that should have been like lawsuit. And any other time, If Obama was like, oh, imagine if Obama said, oh yeah, I'm suing the IRS. Dude, there'd be impeachment papers the next day. That guy, Obama would be out of there, right? Am I right? Type of 1 if you agree. If Obama went to try to sue the IRS for $10 million when he was president, right? There would be impeachment papers served the next day. Right? I mean, am I wrong? Type 0 if you think I'm wrong. I'd want him impeached. Right? He would be fucking impeached. But crickets from the fucking GOP, dude. Crickets. Nothing from these bitches. Absolutely nothing. Oh, let's add on to it. Oh, let's say Obama creates some board of peace bullshit, right? That's all about not America first. It's about Gaza first or Israel first or whatever the fuck it is first. The requirement is for everyone to pay $1 billion each, right, on it, and to get in. And then imagine Obama put Michelle as on the board too. Michelle gets placed on there too, you know. Oh, I gotta do something for Michelle. She's got to get a paycheck. So Michelle's there talking, and then he's like, oh, I'm gonna take $10 billion from U.S. taxpayers to fund it. I mean, shit, dude. There would be impeachment papers the next fucking day. Type of 1 if you agree. I'd want to impeach his bitch ass, right? Anyone. But see, that's my whole point. There is no GOP anymore. There is no GOP because the GOP would be like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck you doing, dude? I'm impeaching you. We need to stop. I mean, it just needs, we need a clear house. We need the entire Epstein files unredacted, except for the victims. The victims need to be, redacted. We need them all unredacted. We need to see what these Epstein class have been saying to each other. We need to see. Here's the deal: why they can't unredact it. They're talking about Trump. They're talking about Trump and events Trump did whilst he was with Epstein. You know, he was around other people. Oh my God, did you see Trump beat up on that girl? Holy shit, you know? Think of all the shit that they are talking about Trump and those Epstein files. We need all these fuckers gone, dude. They need to be Me Too'd. They need to be Me Too'd, all right? They need to be, shunned in society. They can keep their money. They need to be out of public office. We need to get rid of all this fucking, dark money and all these entities. We need a full reckoning. We need a full cleansing of the house, right? We need a Maria Antoinette this shit, dude. We need a French Revolution. We need fucking pitchforks. I'm telling you, we need pitchforks, right? Not just proverbial ones, right? Not actual ones. And the pitchforks is uncovering all this shit, blacklisting them, incarcerating them, finding the shit out of you. Imagine, I think, why not have a bill for every email that you sent, that exchange with Epstein, right? Every email is $100,000. $100,000 for any email, any interaction. Well, Trump wouldn't get fame, but, right? No, the left is in there too. I'm not saying they're perfect. They're just not Nazi, dude. They're not in a cult. There's no cult. No one's running around with Bernie Sanders' name on their head or buying Bernie Sanders fucking underwear. Or, if someone said shit about Bernie Sanders saying, oh, I'm going to wear diapers. I'm going to wear a bunch of golden diapers. There's no cult. Throw fucking Clinton. We don't give a fuck about Clinton. We don't have any of this loyalty to a brand or to a name. Expose the pedos, lock the pedos up, right? Make them pay. What do you mean legal definitions? What are you talking about? Feel like a steak. Let's go inside. Let's have lunch. I haven't had lunch yet. Let me figure out. I gotta water this plant. Gotta water. Checking out. I got my cherry tree here. There you go. See the cherry tree right there? You put calcium. The calcium will take care of the. Feel like a steak. There's Humvees here. There's Humvees here, Tim. There's Humvees driving around. I don't know why. Japan roads are so fucking narrow. I don't know why. All right. Yeah, it's not common, but there's Humvees here. God damn. I'm gonna eat a steak. I'm gonna eat a steak. I feel like steak and rice. It's just like it's got garlic on it. It looks like a slice of roast steak. It's got a little thing on it. It's got roasted garlic. No, he didn't. He said he didn't vote for him, Darren. He said he didn't vote for him. Hold on, let me take off. Sorry, guys. My internet. I just turned it on. It wouldn't connect to my fucking Wi-Fi. This shitty Wi-Fi. We shouldn't have changed it. We shouldn't change it. We should get our money fucking back from it. It's fucking ridiculous. I bought extenders and shit for it. It's not working. The extenders aren't fucking working. I'm really pissed off with this fucking Wi-Fi shit. It's really been shitty. Shit. God damn, I can smell it. Woo! Not so bad. See, my internet, my regular phone sucks in here. I don't know. Sorry. I was trying to connect to my Wi-Fi. Not working. So good. All right, I guess I'm gonna get off. I was gonna go to my farm, but I guess I should. I'm gonna get off. I don't know why my Wi-Fi is not working. Wi-Fi is not working. I don't know why.